guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to the Harry Potter book reviews, guys. The Order of Phoenix chapters 15 and 16. Yes, we're back to doing 2 chapters again, guys. Thank you so much for your patience with the 1 chapter videos that we've been doing lately. These are chunky chapters as well, guys, but I think I've been able to keep my notes to a to a length, which means that this video will not be overrunning. We shall see, guys. You know what I'm like. You know what I'm like. But yes, guys, excellent chapters. Quite a bit of representation in the movies as well, which is quite rare to see in this book, quite frankly. Obviously, there are a lot of changes and everything. But yes, I'm looking forward to discussing it, guys. I should say right now, guys, that unfortunately I've kind of messed up. It's not okay. So basically, Max usually does the summaries. Wasn't available to do the summaries this time, guys. And because I've been so busy this week, I haven't been able to do them as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to super simply summarize them, which is actually quite easy with these chapters anyway, because they're kind of like set pieces. You know, like, as in, I don't know really how to word it, but even though there are a few other things going on, there seems to be a main theme in the chapter, you know? And so I will be doing that. And also Jonas did send me the side panels for this video. But the thing is, I don't check them until I finish my notes, just in case they contain spoilers and everything. In fact, often Jonas warns me about spoilers and everything. And so today I sit down ready to record everything, click on the link, and it says it's not available in my region. So God knows what's happened there. And so I've messaged Jonas. So if I get them back during recording, then it will pop up over here. They will pop up, I should say. Without further ado, guys, let's get over to the usual shenanigans that I have to say. Guys, if you want to get 2 more episodes of these book clubs, if you're up to date on YouTube, you've watched all the backlog, for one, well done. Well done for getting through my Azkaban reviews, guys, because I was not in a positive mood through some of those. I apologise. But yes, well done for catching up. If you are actually all up to date, and this is the latest video that's available on YouTube, guys, you can check out the Patreon and get access to 2 more full episodes of this, so it's essentially over 10 hours probably, over on the Patreon. You can back the Patreon for just $1 and get access to everything on there. I always word it really badly, guys. What I'm saying is, it's not like the book club, the 2 videos or everything are $1. Everything. You can get everything on the Patreon for just $1, if that makes sense. I feel like I already worded that really badly. Clearly, on movie reactions, or for like TV show reactions and all that sort of stuff, movie polls and everything. And you also do get to be a part of the book club, which is what we do in the second half of these videos, where I go through your thoughts and opinions and questions regarding these chapters, guys. It's the funnest part of doing these book reviews, and so if you want to be a part of the discussion in the videos, then you can always back the Patreon, guys. Obviously, I do also always read the comments that I get in the comment section, but the book reviews are ones which actually get read out in the videos. Anyway, guys, don't worry if you can't back the Patreon. These videos will be coming out for free as always on the YouTube. And with that said, guys, let's get into it's gonna be very, very simple summaries, guys. Like I say, Max was actually moving this week, and so he just was not able to donate time to this, which is completely understandable. And me, I've just been so freaking busy, and the thing is, we're even late getting you this video, so I apologise about it being late this time, guys. Let's get over to my thoughts and opinions on chapter 15, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. I saw the Inquisitor, that's what his name was, wasn't it? So basically, one of the things that I've been busy with this week, guys, is that a couple of days ago, my brother repaid me for a debt that, basically, I picked him up when he was, like, not stranded, but he needed to get back very, very quickly because it was getting dark whilst he was on a cycle ride, so I had to go, like, pause my work and go and pick him up and his bike and drive him home and everything. That happened last year. Oh my goodness, someone's just commented on the book club. Nice work. You're getting in there late, Bennett. Yes, so because of that, he's been saying that he's going to repay me in some way, and he actually did a couple of days ago by going to like an arcade in Milton Keynes, a retro arcade, because I'm big into my retro arcade games, if you don't know that, guys. a part of that is like movie props as well, and he was actually very interested in going to check that out as well. And so we checked out like a movie props section. You weren't able to take pictures in some parts, but some parts you were able to. And if you know Red Dwarf, guys, you remember the Inquisitor. His helmet was there, which was really cool, and also a siren from Red Dwarf. In my Hawk, is that what it's called? I can't remember. There were all sorts of different props that were actually used in it. Also, loads of Star Wars props as well. I mean, a heck of a lot of Star Wars props, guys. Hogs Head was there and stuff. Yeah, it was very impressive. Ludo, is that his name? The big dude from Labyrinth. He was there, as in the original one. In fact, my bro got me to take a picture of him next to it. So original Muppets as well. Yeah, it was absolutely wild, guys. So it's a very interesting place, guys. So the arcade is called Pixel Bunker, and it's connected. It's basically the same business as the museum as well. So basically, you can go in there and like pay. You get a discount if you want to go do both. If you know what I mean. You know, the arcade was great. It had a great selection. I had Turtles Arcade, my number one. But some of the arcades were. Well, some of the arcades were broken. Let's face it. You know, some of the joysticks were missing a direction and stuff like that. You know, some of them were. It's still a great time, guys. I completed Die Hard Arcade, which was exciting. Anyway, guys, let's go over to Chapter 50, the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. How high though? Okay, story time with Veggie. So in this chapter, we find out that Hermione, that Umbridge has been made the High Inquisitor at Hogwarts via the Ministry to try and bring Hogwarts up to standard, according to Percy Weasley, Lucius Malfoy, and others, but not Bones. Very interesting, which we will get into in a moment. She then is seen in class interrogating different teachers. What I really like about the way that it's done in the book opposed to the movie is that each one is drastically different. How the teacher either folds or kowtows to Umbridge, whereas some are just not kowtowing to her at all, you know. And so I appreciate that in the book. That is the main crux of this chapter, of course. At the end of the chapter, there is a discussion about who could teach them defense against the dark arts. For some reason, for half a second, I thought it was going to be Sirius Black. I'd completely forgotten that it was actually Harry, and Hermione and Ron basically mock Harry into doing it. It's actually quite amazing. But yes, that's essentially what happens in this chapter, guys. Sorry about the slack summaries, but I just didn't have time to do them, I'm afraid. And so, since I read the title, guys, because I have not watched these movies since, purposely, so when I'm checking out the books, I don't exactly know where and when everything's going to happen and everything. I did immediately think, oh, High Inquisitor, is that the guy in the trench coat? Because there's a guy in a trench coat that we see once, guys, and he's with Percy and Umbridge. He kind of looks like a zombie. Or like a gumshoe zombie sort of thing, as I remember. No offense. But yeah, I was thinking, oh, is that going to be this character? Because I think even when I was checking out the movies back in the day, I was getting comments saying, hey, Veggie, this character here is in the book a lot more. And in it yet, guys, because the High Inquisitor is, of course, Umbridge. I'd completely blooming forgot, guys. I think it's because we get that scene with McGonagall. And I remember at the time, in the movie, I should say, I remember at the time people saying, hey, Veggie, you've noticed they're like stepping up and down when it comes to power and everything. And at the time I thought that was quite cool. Watching it back, it's kind of cheesy. It's kind of cheesy, but it's symbolism, though. It's symbolism, so that's always good. I don't like the fact that out of the argument, for one, McGonagall having an argument in front of pupils with another professor. It probably does happen, to be honest. I just can't think of any other examples. Gilderoy, surely. But then Umbridge turns to the students and gives a speech, but those are a tiny percentage of the school. It seems really odd. It seems really odd. And then we get the thing which I always find very, very disorientating, guys, in the movies, and it's in Fantastic Beasts as well, where important information is being given, but it's on newspapers that are going like this, and there's a big picture and everything. I find it very hard to focus on understanding what is actually happening. So when it comes to Umbridge being the High Inquisitor, I think I probably did completely miss it. I knew that she'd been given more powers from the Ministry, but it being called the High Inquisitor, I think I actually did miss that. And so because of it, that's why I thought it was Trenchcoat Dude. I think he's wearing a trench coat. The guy who's with Percy and Umbridge when they go to arrest Dumbledore. And so yeah, I always found those very frustrating, and I'm pretty sure there's a Fantastic Beast which actually starts with that. I think it's the first one, in fact, isn't it? Yeah, sure, I'm a dyslexic guy, and you know, and that is obviously a huge factor into me being able to process information and everything. But it is genuinely difficult during those moments. It really is, and I don't think there's that many in Harry Potter. The thing is that this is the first time that the Daily Prophet... No, not the first time, but... It's symbolic of the Daily Prophet and the Ministry really working together for, you know, in one direction and everything. And so you want it to almost be disorientating. But for me, I found it baffling. And even just watching it just now, I found it annoying to look at. I really did. Not just because... I was going to say Percy. Not just because Umbridge is there. Percy is there. It doesn't... You can see the text on the paper, but you just can't read it, guys. But it would have been nice if you could see, like, you know, said Percy Weasley or something like that, you know, just have that little tease, you know, because I didn't notice him in the movie at this point, I don't think. Or maybe I did. I remember people being very impressed that I recognised Percy. So maybe it was in this moment when Fudge is, like, talking, and is it then when I say, hang on, is that Percy? I think it might be. Because then later on, he's obviously there. He doesn't say anything. Good old Percy. Oh, man, guys. I can't believe how much... It's like Serpentius in Has Been a Tale, guys. I can't believe how much Percy is in... is in these books. It's great. Anyway, that was just a little rant about the movie scene. It's all good and everything, guys. But I do find it annoying to look at, the newspaper bits, you know. Either way. We also get several teachers being, again, kind of shown up by Umbridge, which isn't really what happens in the books so much. It really isn't. It feels like... You know what it is? In the movie, it feels like Umbridge is taking pleasure in what she's doing. I don't get that from the book. I actually don't. I don't. I really don't. Especially with McGonagall. And it's a funny sequence where she's like making people's shirts go in and stuff like that, and like separating two people that are kissing and everything. It's very light-hearted. You know what? That's what it is. It's very light-hearted. But I'd say that these chapters are pretty light-hearted as well. I mean, the next chapter is definitely more light-hearted than it is in the blooming movie. We'll get into that. But anyway, let's get through my notes here, guys, because we do need to push on, because obviously this is 2 chapters this time. The Ministry seeks educational reform. Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor. It's very interesting. It's the first ever time that the Ministry has stepped in. But I guess, you know, that's kind of how you want it, isn't it? You want the education, or the schools at least, to be separate from the actual politics. Presumably there have been other Inquisitors in the Wizarding World. Yeah, yes. So I presume that this is the first ever High Inquisitor to be moved to Hogwarts. There would be Inquisitors in the Wizarding World in general. There absolutely would. I believe... I could be wrong, guys, but I'm pretty sure that an Inquisitor is basically someone that goes into something and is meant to remove the bad thing. So the Inquisitors in the 40k universe are horrific, and so, from what I gather. The Inquisitor in Red Dwarf literally removes people from history, and so if you've not lived a fulfilling, or not even fulfilling, but a worthwhile life by your own standards, then you are erased from history and replaced by someone else who's going to have more, who's going to have a better, yeah, it's hard to describe, guys, because they're basically judged by yourself, and so if you like look down on yourself, you're going to be in trouble. But if you're very, very selfish and self-centered, you're going to be laughing. And so yeah, it's all down to your personality. Anyway. So yeah, it gets quotes from Percy about Fudge's worries about what the direction that Hogwarts is going. Fudge has been bringing in new laws. The Ministry will select Oh yeah, so it's now a case where the Ministry will select a teacher if the head cannot find a suitable replacement. Now, this is obviously before this year, guys, because that is actually how Umbridge got this role. And so, I don't know if the curse and everything, because that has now been mentioned about the fact that everyone who's the dark arts, something goes wrong with. If that is actually making people not want to go into the role and everything. I do still question why Moody, as in actual Moody, isn't there, because he would have been selected as being okay. But then he's obviously busy with Dumbledore, isn't he? With the Order. Yeah. And also, maybe he just genuinely didn't want to do it, guys. Obviously, it would have been Barty Crouch who accepted the job and presumably applied for it as well last time. So yeah, that's how Umbridge got the job. Percy says that Umbridge has been an immediate success at the school. Percy being Percy, through and through here, guys. Also doing his job. You know, you don't get politicians. I know he's not technically a politician, but you don't get you don't get the staff of politicians, like, you know, being quoted in newspapers saying that their boss is doing a terrible job. That just doesn't happen. So that's not me giving Percy a pass. What I'm saying is Percy is doing what real life people in his role would do. I presume that he's technically a thingy-bobby, isn't he? I can never remember this term. Where you basically work for politicians, but you're impartial, and so you're not a part of their party and everything. Oh, I can never remember that term. Anyway, let's move on. There's one in... Oh, you know what? She'd be brilliant as Umbridge. Oh my goodness. Okay, I am going to look up this term, guys, because I just realised that someone... Because I know Keira Knightley is playing Umbridge in the audiobooks, isn't she? I don't think Keira Knightley would be that good as Umbridge in the show, guys. What is her name? Okay, the thick of it. The thick of it. And Terry. There we go. Terry in the thick of it, guys. So the thick of it is like a political comedy, guys. It's excellent. I highly recommend checking out. I gotta say, there are a lot of gay jokes in it. As in, like, accusing people of being gay and everything. And I feel like, at the time, because it was only, like a decade ago, was it, when it started? Oh, like around 15 years ago. That was a lot more normal and everything. So now when you watch it, it seems like there's a lot, but it is incredibly funny. The most famous thing about the thick of it is a character called Malcolm Tucker, played by Peter Capaldi, who then went on to play Doctor Who. But if you look up Malcolm Tucker clips on YouTube, guys, they are unbelievable. He is such a great character. Again, uses a lot of, not homophobic. Basically accusing straight people of being gay, which seems to be a thing which happens a lot in the thick of it for some reason. But it is a very good comedy though, guys. I swear by it. I think it is great. I just feel like that aspect of it, I just didn't notice when I watched it back in the day, but now watching it now, it does feel like it is quite dated, but it's still very, very good. But Terry, in the thick of it, okay. What is Terry's job in the thick of it? Civil servant. Oh my goodness, that was going to drive me mad. Guys, if the actor who plays Terry, who is Teresa Jessica... Oh, no, that's the character's name. If Joanna Scanlon doesn't play Umbridge... No, you know what? I'm putting money on it. I will pay you all a tenner. No, I won't. But I will put money on the fact... No, she's definitely going to be playing Umbridge, guys. There's no two ways about it. She is born to play that role. No offense. She's a very lovely looking lady and everything, guys. But she could play... Basically, Terry in the thick of it is essentially Umbridge. I just realised, oh my god, this is blowing my mind. But yeah, Joanna Scanlon, she's definitely going to be playing Umbridge. She is absolutely definitely going to be playing Umbridge, guys. There's no two ways about it. She's going to be great as well. She's my brother's favourite part of The Thick of It, and he's a massive The Thick of It fan. Anyway, back to the review, guys. There we go. Our first little... Well, it wasn't a tangent. It was all on topic. But yes, civil servant. I presume Percy is not a civil servant. Yeah. I don't know who would be considered a civil servant in the ministry. I find this all very, very confusing, this sort of thing. Anyway, moving on. Percy says that Umbridge is giving Fudge information directly from Hogwarts. When I first heard that bit, guys, I was thinking, is that saying the loud part, the quiet part out loud? It kind of feels like it, you know? But I should say, guys, this is Hermione reading the newspaper. I'm all over the place today, guys, I really am. But yeah, she's reading the newspaper to Ron and Harry. And they were expecting to have to page turn to find the Percy article, but no, it was like a big picture of Umbridge. It doesn't say that it's on the cover, but it doesn't take Hermione long to find it. We hear about the falling standards at Hogwarts, and how Umbridge will be assessing the different professors. We get a quote from Lucius, who was 41. I guess that does make sense. I just felt like he was older, but it makes complete sense. Of course it does. It's very interesting that we get an age. It's very rare that we get ages for non-students. But it's a newspaper article. Doesn't say what Bones' age is, or Percy's, quite frankly. So it's odd that it mentions Lucius's. It says that he's from Wiltshire. Very interesting. I didn't realise that, which is obviously a real place, guys. I'm pretty sure that... thing is, I'm listening to audiobooks. It could be spelt differently. Could have a Z in there or something. But if it's from Wiltshire that I know, then it's a real place. There's somebody from Wiltshire. Who is it that I recently heard was from Wiltshire? It might be in my notes. I can't remember. Anyway. The Malfoys are always getting quoted, guys. Now, granted, it's often Draco, and often it doesn't... I feel like sometimes it doesn't actually say that it's his name. But in the few times that we've heard Daily Prophet articles, there's usually a Malfoy quote in there, isn't there? It must be... I guess it's because the sort of articles that are going to be read in this book are going to be significant to the school. So that does make sense, I guess. But it does seem a little bit odd that they're everly present Malfoys. Just like on the train. References Lupin. I marked out. Hagrid and Moody's appointments to the Defense Against the Dark Arts all going wrong. It's very interesting that it does say Moody, because that would suggest that people still... the general public still believe that Moody was actually the professor there. So there does seem to be this whole conspiracy from both sides, I presume, that Barty Crouch wasn't in the role? Because it's so interesting that it says that Moody was appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts. Now, even that is incorrect, because I guess you could technically say it in a weird way say that he was, but he didn't do a lesson or anything. And so it's so odd that it mentions Moody in that list. Anyway, some people still think that that it was Moody potentially. Banks and Ogden have resigned in protest of the Umbridge appointment, and then we actually get a quote from Banks, guys, which I was not expecting. So, Hogwarts is a school, not an outpost for Fudge's office. This is further disgusting attempt to discredit Dumbledore. And the journalist then goes on to say that if you turn to page 17, there is an outlook or an explanation of the rumours that Banks is working with goblin groups, which is a great way to discredit her immediately. But that being said, I do like the fact that the quote is there, because quite frankly, it's so odd that we get quotes that are opposed to what the the intention of what the journalist is trying to do, you know, especially with the journalist. I'm sorry, guys. Terry from the thick of it is definitely playing Umbridge. There is no two ways about it. I guarantee you that is going to happen, and she is going to be excellent in the role. She's a great actor, guys. She's been in numerous other things, but she's excellent in the thick of it. So frustrating. She's so frustrating in it, but she's definitely going to be playing Umbridge. Right, moving on. So Ron is grinning at all this and says, "Oh, I can't wait to see McGonagall getting inspected. Umbridge won't know what hit her." And quite frankly, it's literally what happened as well, which I was not expecting. I was expecting the stairs bit. I do like that bit, guys. But watching it back, knowing knowing what's going on, it does make it seem a little bit. But in a way, but I do like it though. I'm laughing with it, not at it. HON? History of Magic. There's a History of Magic class, no Umbridge present for that. There is potions. Harry gets a... Oh, I was going to say Dumbledore, but no, he gets a D, because you know, I abbreviate sometimes in my notes. But so yes, so Harry gets a D for potions. Which, to me, I was thinking, oh, okay, that's not too bad. Turns out it's horrendous. It's horrendous. D's were a normal thing for me, guys, seriously, when I was at school. I was not very skilled in anything at school. The closest I got was art and drama. People always told me I was very good at acting. I don't know if that's actually true. I don't think I was very good at art, but those were the subjects that I didn't do, that I didn't get a D in, basically. So yeah, my note down here is, oh, okay, so Harry obviously did do pretty well. But then we hear about the AOL, the OWL, I'm going to call it OWL, the OWL rating. And said that most would have failed. Yeah, so most of the people that did the homework would have failed with their current skills, with their SATs, which is what they called it over here, because they were, I don't know, but the mock exams, the mock papers. They have Venom antidote homework for this week. And Snape threatens detention for dunces that get a D. Now, I'm very interested, guys. When you were at school, would teachers have said that? I think that they would have in my school when I was that time. You wouldn't get away with it now, I don't think. I'd have to ask my brother about that because he's a teacher. But yeah, I think there were some teachers back then that would have called people dunces. I feel like there were some teachers that would have gotten away with worse. I've talked about it before, but there was an art teacher who was apparently a psychopath who was gotten rid of, not like that, but you know, left the role. Let's put it like that. Just as I started at the school, I need to say the name of the school then. But yeah, I feel like I can name at least 2 or 3 that definitely would have used that sort of language. It's not good. It's just humiliating, you know? Because I get the impression that a lot of teachers, particularly back then, just assumed that if you didn't do the homework, it's because you didn't take it seriously or you just didn't bother doing it and then did it at the last second. Whereas, you know, people like me who struggle with most subjects tried absolute best and would still get called things like dunces, you know? Anyway, but yeah, I do feel like there were teachers who at least would have said that term, if not did say that term when I was at school, which they absolutely shouldn't have done. It's horrific. Or maybe you disagree. Maybe you think maybe you think that sort of language is good for schools. I personally don't. Harry tries his best to do well. So Harry actually in this class, because this is at the start of the class when they find out the homework results. Harry tries to do his best in defiance to Snape. Which again, if that works, it works, guys. I'm glad that he is doing that. I don't like the fact that he was called a dunce, and that's why he is now doing it. But he is trying harder in class, you know. And I feel like he's also kind of doing it for Hermione as well. Hermione assumes that Harry and Ron passed. Hermione says that she was actually after an O, which I thought was going to be OWLSD, maybe? Not LSD. It's not that kind of school. Loose in the sky with diamonds. Ron got a P, so at this point I got very confused. George comes along and says there's nothing wrong with a good P, which is excellent, excellent. This is sorry, I've just remembered, guys, because I've just rewatched the scenes, obviously, as I was doing making these videos. The toss pot line jumps out, honestly, to everyone, that is a strong term, guys. That is a strong term for a Harry Potter movie, you know. It really is. Anyway, God and Bennett, and we get Zachariah as well, who doesn't actually name, but I wasn't expecting to actually see him on screen. We'll get to that though. We need to speed up a bit, guys. So here we go. So nothing got wrong with good P. P is for poor. Again, it's not a great rating system, but I guess, you know. And D is for dreadful. Again, I mean that sort of system might get people to work harder, you know, but it's because they don't want to get humiliated. But is that really the best way of teaching someone something? Maybe you think it is. O is outstanding. E is excellent. Oh no. Oh yes. E is for exceeds expectations. Sorry. George then corrects Hermione, who thought that A is next. It's very odd. It's a very odd system, and it's very odd for Hermione to get something like this wrong. And for George to correct her, but then he's been through it, hasn't he? So he would know. But it's unusual for Hermione to get something this wrong. Maybe it's because she only thinks about getting O's, maybe. But I don't know. Fred and George should have. They say that Fred and George should have gotten an E just for showing up, which is an excellent point, guys. Exceeds expectations. That means that if you don't write anything, you just draw a line through the paper through your mock exam, and then in the actual exam you write a sentence. Well, that's exceeding expectations, so you should get the second highest rating. Apparently, it is a stupid system. A is for acceptable, and is the last official pass rating. Appears for poor. Ron hold. So when they go through it, like they say, so that's for that. A's for acceptable. P is for poor. And at this point, Ron goes like that, like mock celebration, which is brilliant. What a great character moment! I love that. And T is apparently for troll, which I think Fred and George are making up, but I could be wrong. And upon hearing this, Harry immediately imagines himself having to tell Hermione that he got all T's. Which, again, it makes me really think like I'm criticised. I brought up the fact that Harry's treatment of Hermione. I don't want that to sound too strong a term, guys. But I brought up his treatment of Hermione in the past. So this little moment of him thinking, "Oh God, imagine Hermione find out this." I really like that, guys, and it's not because Hermione's going to humiliate him like Snape would, with the dunce line. I should specify. It's about she has been trying to help him, and she has been warning him about not working hard enough and everything. And so he, at this point, decides that he is going to work harder now. Which is, the Hermione effect, guys, it's blooming effective. Super effective. Yeah, I've got down here, it's really good that Harry isn't blaming Snape. It's really good that he's not blaming Snape, guys, because I thought the natural reaction would be, "Oh God, Snape's giving me this because he doesn't like me and everything." There's none of that. There's none of that. Sure, he says he's going to work harder in defiance of Snape, but he's not blaming the D on Snape. So I really like that aspect of Harry. You know, that surprised me. It really did. So Fred and George had a charms lesson earlier on, and Umbridge was there making notes. Flitwick apparently just treated her like a guest, and so it was like completely cordial and everything. Again, we get the different takes of it and everything, and we get that little scene in the movie where Flitwick is like conducting the choir. And then Umbridge gets like a measuring tape out and everything. It's a cute little joke, I guess, guys. Again, it's like she does that, which is pretty humiliating to Flitwick. I don't think Book Flitwick would care at all. Whereas Warwick Davis is like, what you do? He's more bewildered than anything. What she's doing. So I like that acting choice, but I feel like Flitwick would literally just carry on conducting. Would he? I thought, oh, she's mentioned me. Oh, okay, interesting. That's my take on it. I feel like that's a slight difference in characters. Not that we know Flitwick that much from the book, guys. We really don't. We get the Trelawney scene, which is actually very distressing. It really is, guys. Despite that, there's this like silly music and everything, where obviously she is pretty much humiliated. Snape, we get the humiliation, and we haven't had that yet, if it's going to happen at all, guys. I love that scene so much. I really do. Is it in character? Would Book Snape? I feel like Book Snape would be very similar to McGonagall. Now, he does say obviously, which I guess you could say is being a bit feisty. But Umbridge is unscratchable here. She's untouchable, like John Cena. Which is one of the things he used to say. I'm untouchable, but I'm forcing you to feel me. Stupid. Yeah. And so I get what they're doing in the movie scene, and it is a good sequence and everything, but I like the fact that we get a different... Each teacher that we see being assessed, we have a different reaction from the professor, and a different take from Umbridge as well. Whereas this, it's just smug Umbridge. It's the smug Umbridge sequence, let's call it that. Good sequence, guys, but I do prefer the fact that we get different levels of it here. Trelawney's lesson is next. What? A.T. if ever I sin one. Oh, that's right. In one of Fred and George, like says that Trelawney. Point. I think Hermione says that is. Oh, it wouldn't be Hermione. Would it be Ron and Ron? It's mentioned that's where Umbridge is going to be next, and where where Ron and Harry are going to be going. And one of Fred and George says, a tea if ever I saw one, which is quite funny, but it's also quite rude. Right, so Trelawney immediately very nervous that Umbridge is there. The fact that she's very nervous, really, this is very interesting, guys, because in the movie we don't get the initial Trelawney reaction to Umbridge being there. It cuts to Trelawney going to say something and then Umbridge interrupting. Whereas here we get Trelawney reacting to the fact that Umbridge is here at all, and that would really suggest that one, she is actually a charlatan, Trelawney, I mean, or two, that she won't be believed. So yeah, I like the fact that we get that initial reaction of Trelawney. I think is very telling, and it could actually suggest that she is actually a charlatan, but it also could be that she's worried because she knows McGonagall, for one, never believes in what Trelawney says. So if Umbridge does the same, Trelawney has no chance, no matter how well she does her abilities. We find some very interesting things about her out in this chapter, by the way. So Harry tells Ron to come up with a dream, and Ron said, I came up with one last time, which I really liked, so Harry has to come up with it this time. and Harry comes up with drowning Snape in a cauldron, which is quite dark, to be fair. They then had to add the age, their age and the date to the equation, number in the subject, which I believe would be Snape. They say it could be drowning cauldron or Snape. I think the subject would be Snape, wouldn't it? Trelawney being we find out that Trelawney's been in the role for 16 years, that Dumbledore appointed her, and that she is the great-great-granddaughter of Cassandra Trelawney. Now, that is very interesting, guys, that we get a little backstory there. So, are there any other teachers that are generational that we know of, including Hogwarts Legacy? Generational, so not just, obviously, the same teacher. I don't think so. No, definitely not. Definitely not. If there is one, and I'm forgetting, guys, I apologise, but this is very interesting. So, I don't know if Trelawney's mother or father were in the role as well, and beyond that. Oh, actually, to be fair, no, it doesn't actually say that the great-great-grandmother was a professor. It just said that she was a legendary psychic. I got down here, guys. Cassandra is obviously a very purposely chosen name. Cassandra was the... I think she was an oracle in Troy, but no one ever believed her. And so she predicted the Trojan horse, and everyone that's saying, oh, Cassandra's talking rubbish again. And then what happened. And so, yeah, that's generally, historically, when you say the name Cassandra, you think of the Greek, Trojan? I get confused. It was the city of Troy that the Trojan horse was used to infiltrate, wasn't it? So she would be a Troyite. Let's move on. Oh no! I'm an idiot. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. So yeah, it turns out that that Trelawney is the first one since Cassandra Trelawney in her family to have second sight, which obviously is obviously a suggested alarm bell, quite frankly. Umbridge asked Trelawney to make a prediction. Trelawney takes exception to this, whereas in the movie she doesn't. She's just like very, very worried and panicking and everything. Whereas you get the impression that she's actually annoyed, and she says that the inner eye does not see upon command. Umbridge immediately making a note. Like each time you make a note, you know that she's twisting the life a little bit. Trelawney predicts some dark, grave peril for Umbridge. And Umbridge says, if that's the best you could do. Now, in the movie, I think she... Because the prediction in the movie is that, like, something very, very bad is going to happen to you. Essentially, that's basically all that Trelawney says. And I think that Umbridge, like, goes, lovely. Whereas, if that's the best you could do... And the good thing is that at this point, I thought, okay, so this is going to be what all the classes are like, and she's just gonna have this dominance over the other professor. That ain't it, guys. That ain't it. So I'm delighted that it ain't it. But yes, she is not. She is clearly suggesting a lot in her report of Trelawney. Harry and Ron are on Trelawney's side, obviously because of the history of Umbridge, but that then dissipates when she snaps at them, because obviously she's being humiliated by Umbridge, and Umbridge doesn't go away at this point. In the movie she does, so Umbridge is still there, and so Trelawney then snaps at Harry and Ron, like, you know, angrily in the class, which is very unprofessional, quite frankly. Porridge, got down here. Oh no! Yeah, Porridge foretells a gruesome death, which I think is what they've come up with. I'm guessing that wasn't Trelawney. Defense Against Dark Arts lesson next, guys. I'm very annoyed that Umbridge wasn't assessing herself in it. Harry and Ron fill in Hermione in what happened in Trelawney's class. they are reading chapters on common defense theories and their deviations are going on here. It was a word that I've never heard of before, guys. I had to look it up. After reading a little bit, Harry notices that Hermione's hand is up. Umbridge eventually starts to walk over to her and is right in front of her and whispers what is it to keep it quiet and everything. Whereas Hermione just talks completely normally. No, not even normally. I think she pretty much projects to the rest of the class what she has to say. Hermione says that she's read the entire book already, and so this is pointless for her. Umbridge asks her what Slinkhart said about counter jinxes, and Hermione says that counter jinxes are improperly named, and it's a way to make them sound more acceptable. Whereas Hermione actually disagrees with that. Umbridge is not happy with this at all. Disagreeing with something that's in the textbook and everything is obviously very threatening to certain types of people. Whereas it should be a brilliant thing. If you're in a class where where you're covering a book and someone has a disagreement with something that someone says in the book, that should be gold to a teacher. Seriously, that's a good discussion for the class and everything. Whereas Umbridge ain't a teacher. Let's face it, guys. I'm not just talking about her treatment of Harry. She's not a teacher. If she was asked to actually teach Defense Against Dark Arts, I think it's very clear she wouldn't be very good at it. Even if, to do it properly, I should say. I've got a nose rinse thing. Oh, it's right here. I bit the bullet, guys, and went and got one. And it's really good. It's really good, because I would find that I'm not usually able to breathe properly. Generally. Whereas sometimes, often in the early hours of the morning, when I'm asleep, I'll suddenly wake up and my nostrils will be completely clear, and I can breathe better than I'm able to breathe at any other point in the day. And so I thought I would get this, and it's really good, guys. You put boiling water inside of it, let it cool down to lukewarm. It's very important to let it cool down to lukewarm, guys. Put these little saline packages in it. They came with this. I put 2 in, which is the maximum. And then you go like this. It is horrible, guys. It is pretty horrible, but you get used to it. Bend your head forward like this. Up one nose. Press the button, which is on top. And the idea is for most of the liquid, if not all the liquid, to come out the other nostril. Yeah, I know. I was worried about it as well. Halfway done, up the other one. Do the other nostril. Breathe out, breathe out, breathe out through your nose. Only you have to breathe in through your mouth. Get rid of all the excess. Blow your nose a couple of times, guys, and believe me, that first breathe in it'll be brilliant. It'll be brilliant. It reminded me of when I was a kid going swimming in the evenings, and then coming out during the winter, and it just being coming out to the doors open, and it's just whoosh cold into the face and everything, and the air is really, really fresh and everything. It reminded me of doing that, and so yeah, I do recommend it, guys. They're good stuff, and I'm doing it daily. I'm doing it daily now. I actually look forward to it, which is weird. In fact, I need to go and boil the kettle so I can let it cool down enough. Because you do need to let it cool down. I think that most of them have a heat gauge, but from what I gather from reviews, a lot of them just don't work. So basically, what I go on is that it should feel like body temperature. So when you hold it, it almost feels like an absence of. It should feel like a little warm, but it should be almost like an absence of temperature, because it's the same heat as you, And then because of that, when you stick up your nose, you don't even feel it. Tangent. Right. But yes, I need to go and boil the kettle for that in a bit. So yeah, we get this moment, which should be a brilliant moment for a teacher, where someone disagrees with the book, but obviously that ain't Umbridge at all. Hermione is talking clearly, which is attracting the attention of the rest of the class. I think it's Slinkhart, but it could be Slinkhart. Hermione says that Slinker doesn't like jinxes, but Hermione believes that they can be used defensively. This irks Umbridge, of course, as well. She's not exactly being subtle when it comes to not wanting students to learn physical abilities. Whereas my reaction from the movie was, yeah, some teachers would just give people books and that's it, you know. So I never really thought about this whole conspiracy about trying to stop the students from learning, because I thought it just was completely legit what Umbridge was going for. So says it is only Slinkard's opinion that matters here. So that's what Umbridge says, and then and then she takes 5 points from Gryffindor for questioning what the book said, which I think, out of all points being taken off, I don't know if you can, what's the term, appeal points being taken off, like going to Dumbledore and everything. Dumbledore would probably like say, dude, I've got a lot to look at, I can't be appealing points. But when it comes to disagreeing with something in a book, that feels like that is something that should be able to be appealed. But no, actually no, it's to be fair, Umbridge does say it's for disrupting the class, which is actually a very different thing. Umbridge says that none but Quirrell have been passed. Oh, sorry, no previous Defense Against Dark Arts, recent previous Defense Against Dark Arts teacher would have passed an inspection. Would there have been a Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher before Voldemort? The first Wizarding War. I presume there probably would have been. Good question, though. Good question. I say so myself. And Harry says, oh yeah, Quirrell was a great teacher. There was just that minor drawback of him having Lord Voldemort stuck on the back of his head. I love it. I love book Harry, guys. He's so much better than the movie Harry. Not criticising... Oh, it's gone. I'm not criticising the actor at all, guys. Not in the slightest. I think he's excellent. But book Harry, especially in this book, is so freaking sassy. He really is. There's no sassy Harry at all. Then again, this is the point. But so post the last book chapter that we did, guys, into this chapter is the point where we get that great line when Ron says, if the parents knew what Umbridge was doing, and then Harry snapping at Ron and saying, well, I don't have any of them, do I, Ron? Oh, I love Daniel Radcliffe, there we go. I love the delivery of that line, guys. It's so freaking heartbreaking. It really is. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And that is a movie exclusive. And there's a bit where Hermione said that Harry's just being modest, which I'm pretty certain isn't in the book, guys. And Harry says, no, I'm not just being modest. I really like that from both of them. So there are definitely some great moments in the movies, guys. Great moments. Class is silent upon what Harry just said, and he gets another week's detention, which is hardly surprising. I'm not saying he's warranted, I'm just saying it's not surprising. And I think even when I think that when, is it here or is it in the Care for Magical Creatures, where basically when Harry speaks up, both Hermione and Ron both sigh. I think it's the Care for Magical Creatures. It's amazing. Aang? Who's Aang? It's not the Avatar Aang, surely. Aang furious at breakfast. Aang? Why have I written down Aang? Okay, I'm guessing I'm meant to written gang, but I've written down Aang. But I believe Aang can save the world. Sorry. It's great. I'm really enjoying Avatar, guys. What a good freaking show. I know I would have been obsessed with it as a kid. I really would. We've just gotten past the funniest episode. Oh my god, it is hilarious, guys. The Cave of Lovers. So funny. And heartbreaking as well. The Zuko part on that was... Zuko's my dude. I'm sorry, guys. He just is. That might change, because I like to choose favourite characters per... Oh, it's Angelina. Brilliant. That might change per season, but either way, yes. So Angelina is furious at breakfast, guys, not Ang. Imagine Ang showing up in Harry Potter. Well, we've often talked about how Hufflepuff are the Earth Kingdom. Angelina is so furious that McGonagall actually comes down from the teacher's table to split them up and everything. Takes 5 points from Gryffindor. I respect McGonagall for doing that. She doesn't know about the detention. And so it's very interesting. I would have thought that whenever a teacher of a house, when a student is given detention, then they would also be informed. But they're not, though. They're not. So yeah, she is furious at Harry for that as well. Harry is furious at McGonagall taking the points away, but we do get a backtrack on that in a second, which I really respect. But I respect McGonagall so much for doing that. I really do, guys. Would you expect all the other professors to do it? They should do. They absolutely should. I think they would. I think they would. I feel like all the rest would. I know that we often get the impression that Snape is biased towards Slytherin, but I don't think that Slytherin would. I feel like there's some Slytherins that Snape would give a free pass to, but some he would take points from Slytherin for. That's my reading on the character. Harry's too ashamed to look at McGonagall at this point, so he's just looking at the ground. And another 5 points are taken, I think, for the detention. Oh yeah. So bizarrely, which I'm not sure if I agree with this actually. So when McGonagall finds out that Harry has detention, she takes another 5 points from her from Gryffindor. Now, her argument here is that it's clear that detention don't have any effect on him. That being said, the crime has already been punished. And so I do feel like that ain't good. I do feel like this time it is. But then again, she has a point. Detention is not having any effect. Taking points from Gryffindor will have an effect on Harry, guys. We've known that since since year one. But yeah, so yeah, she's right. It's just a shame that it's on top of the detention. That seems unfair. Ang, apparently, or Angelina, is threatened to lose her position as leader of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And it's left like that. So Ron slides some bacon onto Harry's plate. Good to know what Harry's having for breakfast. Just bacon this time, apparently. I had a maple pizza yesterday, guys. So it's by Bosch, which is a vegan company in the UK. And lovely pizza. Quite like, I'd say it's to make an Italian pizza, so it's not just completely flat with all the toppings on and this sort of stuff. So it's like a proper Italian pizza. But it had, is it called Duja? I feel it's basically like beef. What it is in real life. This is obviously a vegan version. Like a beef pate sort of thing, I think, on top of it. And that was it. So I put some mushrooms on top of it and a couple of olives as well. And after you cooked it, you're meant to open this big, it's a pretty big sachet of this vegan maple stuff to put onto it. If I get it again, I won't be putting that stuff on it because it made it too sweet. You know, I don't mind it being a bit sweet, guys. I like pineapple on my pizza. I tried Papa John's for the first time for my birthday this year with my brothers. And they had the option of having pineapple, and so I had that there, guys. It's been a long time since since it's been an option for me, you know. So I don't think that Domino's do pineapple, do they? They must do. They must do Hawaiians. They must do. I'm being stupid. But that was lovely. It was very nice having pineapple on the pizza again. So moving on. So we're done with Ang for this chapter, apparently. Harry questions why she took points from him for the detention, and Hermione says nothing. And Harry says, "You think that McGonagall is right, don't you?" to Hermione. Watch it, Harry. This is a regular thing that we discuss in these book reviews. And Hermione, good for her, stands up for herself without apologizing, saying, "I think she's right to tell you not to lose your temper with Umbridge." I really like Hermione, guys. She's great. She really is. She puts up with so much S as well. Transfiguration time, guys, with McGonagall and obviously with Umbridge as well. McGonagall says, "Dean, if you do that to the mouse again, I'll put you in detention." Don't want to know, guys. Don't want to know. I'm not going to say it. Right. Moving on. Umbridge. There was a rumor about Patrick Swayze. Patrick Swayze? Okay. You know what? I don't want to accuse anything. You know, I don't want to label anyone. There was an actor who. Anyway. Right. Moving on. Umbridge coughs to interject, as she does. And says, she said this to Trelawney as well, and says, "I was wondering if you received my note informing you about the time I." And McGonagall interrupts, says, "Obviously I received it, or I would have asked what you were doing in my class." Again, it's very professional, guys. But then again, I was saying earlier on, would McGonagall, you know, scold another professor in front of students? I mean, she's doing it right here. She's done it with Trelawney as well. Although that was at Christmas, she may have had a few too many Baileys. I feel like McGonagall would be Baileys. Or a single... Actually, she's probably more single malt. Lassie. Is she meant to be Scottish? McGonagall does sound pretty blooming Scottish, yes. And obviously she is Scottish in the movie. Moving on. But yeah, not very professional. Certainly not very professional. You should... Yeah, anyway. Then again, what Umbridge is... that interjection from Umbridge was unneeded as well. Obviously it was unneeded. Hence what McGonagall said. I got down here. Are there any students that actually like Umbridge? I presume that some Slytherins probably would, but presumably the Slytherins... Defense Against the Dark Arts class is going to be exactly the same as the rest, where they're just going to be reading books. So some students in there must not like Umbridge. McGonagall continues her class. Umbridge coughs again. I was wondering how... Oh yeah, and McGonagall says, I wonder how you expect to gain an idea of my usual teaching methods if you continue to interrupt. I don't usually permit something to someone to talk while I am talking. Again, guys, you don't get this in the movie. She's like, we get the stairs thing. And she's like saying that you have horrific, barbaric methods and everything. That ain't McGonagall, guys. McGonagall is being so sass here, and she's using her power as the teacher in the classroom to take power away from Umbridge, at least from a psychological standpoint. Whereas we don't get the McGonagall class in the movie. I get the impression that movie McGonagall. No criticism of Maggie Smith at all, guys. She was the perfect person to play McGonagall. She will be a tough one to replace, that's for sure. Movie McGonagall we wouldn't be getting this. We just wouldn't, guys. And it's such a great moment because I wasn't expecting this at all. I thought that everyone was going to essentially kowtow to Umbridge. She really doesn't. So upon hearing that, Umbridge looks like she's been slapped again. You definitely wouldn't get that with the sequence that we get in the movie. It's a vanishing class. Apparently, vanishing different creatures gets more difficult with the more complex target. So a slug very easy, a cat more difficult, or a mouse, I guess you'd say. I don't know if she's... No, yeah, Harry does say this out loud. He doesn't say it out loud. He says it to Ron. He says, how she can lecture me about losing my temper with Umbridge, which is actually a really fair point. But the great thing is that it's being said in jest, and so he's actually... He is enjoying this. He says he is no longer angry with McGonagall, and so I really like that. That almost feels like a Ron, because Ron usually finds the joke in a funny line. You know? Like earlier on when she says, I can't wait for McGonagall's class. That feels like a Ron thing to say. It's like, oh, she's telling me not to be angry with Umbridge, and McGonagall's going nuclear at her. Loved it. I love that bit. Ron's attempt to vanish the mouse left a tail behind, which is horrible. The whole thing's horrible, guys. I guess it's meant to be like dissecting frogs as well, isn't it? Which I would never did at school. I reckon I was excused for it, to be honest. I reckon my mother may have contacted the school saying, no, he's not going to be able to do that sort of thing. And so maybe, I feel like that probably is what happened, because I think that most other students dissected frogs. I wouldn't be able to cope with that, guys, seriously. Anyway. So McGonagall has been at Hogwarts for 39 years, so Fantastic Beasts is absolutely incorrect on having her there. It is fan service. It was fan, and also it was the second movie, which I think is the weakest out of the three. Yeah. Although at least it has friggin' Newt in it. The third one, Newt is like such a secondary character in the third movie. Anyway, come on. She informs McGonagall that after the cast, she informs McGonagall that she'll be receiving the results in 10 days. McGonagall says, "I can hardly wait." It's brilliant. I love this scene so much. It's brilliant. Harry smiles at her, and he gets the impression that she gives him one back as well, which is actually lovely. And maybe she will cancel those 5 points. Nah, I don't even know if she should. They clearly worked on Harry. So, yeah, anyway. I don't know if they have, actually, guys, because next is Care for Magical Creatures. And so Bojo comes back. Delighted. Oh, Gordon Bennett, guys. I did something so stupid in the live stream recently. You know, so not on my birthday, but I did a birthday-esque stream a few days ago. We played some Hogwarts Legacy. Which is available on the channel, guys. If you go to the live tab on my channel, then you can watch it back if you so wish. We have a lot of fun on those streams. And I was listing off my favourite Fantastic Beasts. I said Cornish Pixies, Fistrals, and the little wooden dudes. I completely forgot on their names. Now, do you want to know what my character name is in Hogwarts Legacy, guys? It's Veggie Bowtruckle. But somehow, I still forgot what their names were. Anyway. And people pointed that out, and we all had a laugh. We also read out a fantastic joke. Fantastic Beasts. From this guy. Which I was not expecting, guys. It's meant to be bad jokes. It was, my wife is always complaining that I have a bad sense of direction. So I packed up my stuff and write. It's hard to even say. I packed up my stuff and write. Brilliant. Absolutely. That's by far the best joke read out in the live stream, seriously. So talking about wood, Plank is back, of course. Umbridge asks Plank about Hagrid's leaving, which is... it seems like she's trying to assess Hagrid while he's not there, which is obviously not kosher, guys. Percy, Plank doesn't know. Why would she know? She mentions that she's meant to be here for a couple of weeks. In the role, which I presume has now gone past. Umbridge asks students, CFMC, Care for Magical Creatures. There we go. Questions, which is actually that because Hagrid's not there and Plank is a temporary. There's no real point of her assessing Plank to an extent, and so instead she's asking Care for Magical Creature questions to the students. Which, to be fair, we can hate Umbridge, guys. That's actually quite clever. Umbridge asks Plank what she thinks about Hogwarts in general. Percy says that Dumbledore's doing an excellent job. At which point Umbridge writes a tiny little note. It's so stupid. That might be Harry. I've said it before, guys, where Harry might be actually thinking stuff that isn't actually happening. Much of McGonagall's smile does now. But I feel like that might be Harry's imagination, because it's so. What's the point of writing something in small writing? You know, it's still going to be read. If she hadn't made a note at all, that would be alarm bells. But maybe she doesn't want Plank to think that she wasn't being listened to, maybe. So apparently they, via Hagrid, and we got to give Hagrid his props here, guys, because I wouldn't have thought this was the case. Apparently there ain't much for Plank to do. There's only a handful of creatures to still cover for the owls. So you got to say, guys, despite the fact he's not the most careful of teachers, he has been doing his job well, which I was not expecting, guys. You know. Well, I don't think Harry was expecting Plank to say that either. You know, it's probably the most positive he's ever thought of Plank, in fact. Pollux and Knizits are going to be up next, and Crumps and Canals. And Umbridge says, well, you seem to know what you're doing anyway. Which, again, is that bias dig and everything, but she did make the note about... Or maybe she did. Maybe she just hovered the pen over... the quill over the paper. So we're an hour in. We haven't had any breaks yet in this chapter, guys, and we are wrapping up the first chapter. The first chapter definitely had more notes than the second, so I feel like we are on an okay pace right now. Come on, let's continue. Umbridge asks Goyle about if there had been any injuries, which is like one of the worst people that she could have asked. Or best, it depends which way you look at it, guys, because Goyle does know. Draco says how he was slashed by a hippogriff, and Harry pipes up, as is his wont, and says he only did that because Draco was too stupid to do what Hagrid said. There we go. Ron and Hermione then groan. Amazing. And Harry gets another detention for his efforts. Hermione and Ron stay up for Harry after that night's detention. Hermione has made a potion to help with his hand. Presume she's making that each night. And I've got down here, because this is me being self-aware here, guys. I got down here, Harry doesn't say thank you. Oh, yes, he does. Sorry, he was slightly delayed. And apparently the potion does really well. So he does thank Hermione, which, you know, 5 points to Gryffindor for that. So it's like, Hermione and Ron have been thinking about what to do about Umbridge. Ron suggested poison, as he would. Hermione suggested doing Defense Against Dark Arts themselves. I got down here, is it her idea in the movie? It's not really... I think I may have skipped over it, guys. I'm not sure if there is a scene where Hermione and Ron approach Harry about the idea. I think there might be, guys. It's all out of order and everything, guys. So if I did miss it, I apologise. But yeah, it's definitely Hermione's idea in the book, though, which makes sense. She said they need a teacher. I got down here, serious? Because I'd actually completely forgotten that Harry would be that teaching role, and so I was completely confused. But no, it was Harry. We're getting through the notes well. Keep on moving. Harry looks to Ron, expecting a mutual expression of confusion, but Ron is in complete agreement, which is not what Harry was expecting, and I don't think it's what he wanted either. When he says how Harry is the best in the year at Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Harry says that he beat her. Oh no, sorry. Harry says that obviously Hermione's better, and Hermione says that Harry beat her under Lupin's exam. And obviously brings up the experience, the numerous experience. Ron says, I don't know if I want someone this stupid teaching me. Because Harry's like saying, why me and everything? He's like, well, I'm not sure if I want someone so stupid mentioning me. And then he very, very sarcastically lists off all the incredible things that Harry has done. Which I really like, guys. I really like this. Because I wasn't expecting it. Because you know what it is? obviously, you know, stuff was going on in my life during the Prison of Azkaban book, but also I did start to get a feeling that it seems to be putting Harry on this incredible pedestal, which I feel like the movie does. Whereas here, Ron is basically mocking Harry by listing out all the incredible things he's done, and Harry's like saying, "No, that was lucky. That was down to chance. I had help in that." So he's completely. I don't want to say he is being modest. I don't think he is being modest. He's being realist, and I didn't think that would be in the book. And so I feel like that is part of my attitude about the whole Quidditch thing and everything. I really respect Harry for pushing back like this. And to this extent, because he does in the Hogs Head scene in the movie, but it's all way too emotional. The scene isn't emotional at all in the book. It's hilarious for what? I know it's hilarious, but it's so real. Whereas in the movie, it's all like really like dramatic and everything. It's not as good in my opinion. It's not, and it didn't allow for Harry to be like saying, well, no. To being threatened by this idea of becoming in defense against the dark arts teacher, because to himself he doesn't see himself as being that great. That's not there in the movie, in my opinion. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, he basically says that he fluked it all. I got through it all because help came at the right time, or I guessed right. Harry and Ron, at this point, Harry and Ron are actually laughing at him. Harry gets so frustrated with this that he actually accidentally smashes the potion, and obviously then Ron and Hermione go quiet. You don't know what it's like to face him, do you? You think it is just memorizing a bunch of spells and throwing them at him like you are in class or something. The whole time you are sure you know there is nothing between you and death except your own brain or guts or something. Powerful line, guys. And again, if this line is in the movie, I'm guessing it might be after the fireplace scene with Sirius. But I don't think it is there. I genuinely don't. And if it is, it's certainly a very different tone. But what a powerful line, though. Seriously. And that is so... I don't even want to say it's humble, guys. It's Harry being a realist. He then continues. They never taught us that in our classes. And you two sit there like I am a clever little boy to be standing here alive like Diggory was stupid. Now that is so freaking heartbreaking. So that obviously wasn't what Hermione and Ron are thinking, but that's where Harry's mind goes. He then goes on to say that could have just as easily been me. Hermione says how this is why they need to know exactly what it is to fight Voldemort, the first time that she says it, and we do get her nervously saying it in the movie as well. And this actually really calms Harry. That little gesture from Hermione. Hermione's a great character, guys. She really is. But that little gesture from Hermione really calms Harry down. They all depart for the night after, and Harry uses Repairer on the bowl, naturally not bringing the potion bag. And that night he dreams of corridors and locked doors, guys. And when he wakes, the scar is prickling. Great chapter, guys. Definitely. The movie scene put a lot of effort in. It really put a lot of effort in. And I appreciate what they did. I definitely prefer the book. But you know what? That's great. The movie did great. The book did better. It's when the movie did terrible. And the book did better is when it's bad. But this, I think, is a win-win. I like both. I just don't like the newspaper bit. God knows, guys, how normal people, as in not me, can read it, because I certainly cannot. Let's move over to chapter 16. I just realised I've been using the usual format that I do. Doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter, does it? Let's move over to chapter 16. The Hogs Head! Don't know why I did that. Seriously, guys, I had to go and get this. That is Umbridge, guys. I'm sorry. That is Terry from the thick of it, wearing pink, making notes. Perfect time to show that. But yeah, She's great. She's a great actor, guys. If she doesn't play Umbridge, there is no justice in this world. Anyway, let's move on to chapter 16. So yes, essentially in this chapter, I was going to do one of my very simple strategies. We plan on to go to Hogsmeade, to the Hogs Head, where Umbridge is likely to be out of the eye of Umbridge, the eye of Sauron. I'm going to quickly delete that file quickly, guys. I don't know how good idea it is at having a GIF being played in the background, even if it is invisible, so I'm just going to delete that file. There we go. There we go. Yes, so we head to the Hogs Head, expecting just a couple of people to turn up. Turns out there's a whole group of people. No Slytherins, I don't think. But we have a vast array of characters that we know and don't know. We get introduced to a few here as well. And yes, people are questioning like what the point of this is, if Harry's actually going to be able to do it and everything. And eventually they discuss like times and when we're going to when they're going to meet up and where we're going to meet up and everything, and the meeting goes pretty successful with everyone signing a bit of paper to be a part of it, which is essentially a contract of, you know, don't be telling anyone about this as well. And upon leaving, we discover that Michael Corner, apparently. I tweeted out who the heck is Michael Corner a couple of days ago. Michael Corner will be... Oh, hang on, I think... Hang on a second, I think Max may have just messaged me about the summaries. Oh, he did, like a couple of seconds ago. Oh, that's fine. I'm going to reply to this now. so Max is just apologised again about the summaries. It's absolutely fine. I'm just going to reply to live on video, Max. Right now, as I type this, it is no problem at all, man. I assumed you would still... It's so weird that I'm actually doing the second summary at this point as well. He's literally just mentioned to me at this moment. Oh, I'm gonna say I watched Saturday Night Main Event as well, just in case to be spoilers, haven't they? I believe I'm doing this in video. There we go. Right, let's get back to the blue. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Right, so Max, don't worry about it at all. It's completely understandable. And like I say, these chapters, they're essentially set pieces. So I've basically done the summary already, apart from the fact to say that Hermione knows that Cho finds Harry dishy. And well, I won't say the last line of the chapter, but it's a very nice line. So let's go to my notes now. That's so weird that Max messaged me at this point. And Jonas hasn't got back, has he? No, that's fine. That's fine. Right. So, Hermione doesn't bring up the Defense Against Dark Arts idea for a couple of weeks, which we then jump forward a couple of weeks in the plot. Ron has been to 4 Quidditch practices, and 2 of those, the last 2, he was not shouted at, which is good. I'm so glad that Ron in the movie, guys. I love Grunts. I know it's a Grant. I love his portrayal of him. You know, he is like, he looks like Ron. He is Ron. He's very talented. He's excellent in the movies, but the whole suggestion that Ron is like just this comedy loser and everything, it's just not in the books. It's just not there. And so Whereas when he does really well in Quidditch, you know, in the movies, I'm like, oh yeah, but it's almost meant to be funny that he's doing well. Whereas here, I'm actually genuinely feeling delighted for him, you know. I can't remember why he does well. Does he take a potion or something? I honestly can't remember. Anyway, we will find out, obviously. Veggie, which is a reference to Fawlty Towers. Oh, Mrs. Fawlty. I shouldn't call her Mrs. Fawlty because obviously she did a lot more acting than that. But yeah, Sybil Fawlty, her actor died this week. Great talent, guys. Patricia something, isn't it? Oh no, I can't remember, guys. But either way, an incredible talent, guys. She's so. I remember when I watched Only Fools and Horses, not Only Fools and Horses, jeez, Fawlty Towers as a kid. I'd kind of not like her character, but I think it's because I didn't understand it. I feel like I thought that she was the antagonist. She ain't, guys. She's the one who's actually tried to run the hotel well, you know. But yeah, and such a good performance, such a great actor, seriously, and she's certainly known for more than just Fawlty Towers, which going on like the reporting of her death and everything, you wouldn't believe, guys, because they basically just talked about that. But very talented actor. Hermione has started vanishing kittens. I've got down here, is that revenge, which makes literally no sense. Because it was her fault what happened with the potion in Chamber of Secrets. And also, she has a cat. So I'm an idiot. My next note starts. The first thing said... Oh yeah, I love this. This is so stupid. I would almost say this is bad writing. I would almost say this is actually bad writing at this point, guys. And this is a dyslexic person who's an idiot. So yeah, the chapter starts off by saying, so Hermione didn't bring up the Defense Against the Dark Arts thing with Harry again for the following 2 weeks. And then the first thing that happens is Hermione bringing it up. It feels like that's really bad writing, but, you know, what do I know, seriously. Ron says he has been up... So Ron says that he's been up for it since the start. But Harry gets the impression that when Ron says that, he's only saying that after he's made sure that Harry wasn't about to shout, you know. Harry shouting in this book, guys, is fascinating, and I'm starting to think it must have something to do with Voldemort. I kind of hope it isn't, though, because I just genuinely think he's just being a normal kid. I think this is completely normal. So I really... Because obviously in the movie, it's essentially said, he's like this because Voldy. I'm not gonna be gutted if that turns out to be the case in the book. All I'll say right now is that this is such a real character that we're seeing, Harry. I think it would be a shame. I do. I genuinely do. I'm not gonna start breaking down and crying and anything if it happens. But what I'm saying is I'm really enjoying this Harry. And if they put it down to mini-chlorians or that sort of thing, for it to be explained, like all movies have to have everything explained now. I ain't seen it, guys, but apparently Han Solo's name is explained in the Han Solo movie. Why? Who cares why he's called Han Solo? Anyway. I feel like it would detract a little bit, because right now I find this Harry fascinating to hear, and I don't want it to be because of any mitigating circumstances. Hermione lists off all that Harry can do, and actually says Victor always says. Now it's out of nowhere that Victor is mentioned here, and immediately Ron looks up, which is amazing, and Ron says, "Oh yeah, what did Vicky say?" Vicky, such a fanboy for him as well. Vi. My note says Vi. Vi from Arcane, apparently. And League of Legends. Victor said Harry could do things that he couldn't, and Victor was in his final year. Ron says to Hermione, you're not still in contact with him, are you? And Hermione Divine says, and what if I am? And Ron says he doesn't only want you to be your pen pal. Yeah, that's it's so... God, I don't know, guys. How can I word this? It teleported me back to Goblet of Fire, like as if that conversation had never ended. That the argument had never ended. And yet it hadn't been brought up for ages, and yet now we're right back into it. Ron is saying the same stupid stuff again. I think it's stupid. Moving on. Harry asks if it's just Harry, Hermione, and Ron that he'll be teaching, and I think it's Hermione says, "Don't fly off the handle again." Which again, it's like Ron and Hermione are having to, like, you know, use kid gloves on Harry, if that's the right term, you know, like, and manage his anger and everything. Again, I'm not going to be devastated if it turns out to be Voldemort, guys. But right now, I do feel like it would take away from his character, because right now this is an incredible character that we're seeing, and if it actually is because, anyway, moving on. Hermione says Voldemort again. Good on her. Good on her. Hermione suggests oh yes, suggests that in October, which has just ended now, that they go to Hogsmeade for the Hogsmeade trip to do it then. Yeah, I've got on it. This is only a little note for me, guys. It feels like to me that this is suddenly another scene, but it doesn't confirm that it is. So I think that the conversation just has a very, very sudden, jarring change. I feel. So yeah, but it feels like maybe passage of time has at least happened here. Harry is still worried about Black visiting defiantly, despite what they've been saying to him. Hermione says Voldemort. Oh yeah, so Hermione is now clearly getting used to saying Voldemort, and she says it again. And what I really like here is that she says with Voldemort, "Oh, for goodness sake, Ron." And then there's no explanation of what happened. You just get the feeling that Ron is like giving her a look, or like, or shuddered, or like winced, or something like that. I really like that. It doesn't actually say what actually happened. Hermione says that when Ministry of Magic admit Voldemort is back, Black will be okay, because he'll be able to prove that it wasn't him, and he won't have the mark and everything. And then they can go down the Wormtail accusation and so on, I presume. Hermione and Ron being Hermione and Ron being sounding out people. Oh yeah, they've been sounding out people to who's interested in meeting up for this discussion. I've never heard that term before, guys. Sounding out. Hermione's already arranged a meeting. Hermione's is apparently better at knitting now. Apparently Harry can almost tell the difference between hats and socks when it comes to her knitting now. And it's Hogsmeade time, guys. We are off to the Hogs Head for the meeting. Ron notices that Filch appears to sniff at Harry, and says, what was Filch why was Filch sniffing you? And Harry fills him in on exactly why. Hermione is very interested in this, in the reason why Filch would be accusing Harry of having the dumb balls and everything, or stink balls, whatever they're called. Harry at this point thinks it's Draco, whereas for me, I absolutely think it's Umbridge. Because we get the wonderful bits, which has started now started now, where we see Filch clearly doing stuff for Umbridge directly. I'm thinking that maybe Filch is actually getting tricked into doing it in the book, maybe. Potentially. I'm very interested to see. But right now, my mind is completely, it's got to be Umbridge. It's Umbridge wanting to know what Harry is sending out regardless, and putting up the pretense of, oh yeah, because we've heard about this whole thing about the balls and everything like that. The balls. Anyway. The Hogs Head is meant to be a bit of a dive. I got to admit this, guys. I don't know if it's because I've been to many. Well, I haven't been to that many, but I've been to pubs in the UK before. I've never really seen this being a dive, but apparently it is. Apparently it's meant to be like really dirt, like century old dirt on the floor. The windows like are blotting out the sun because they're so dirty and everything. I didn't get that from the movie. I really insanely did. Even the sign's hanging off, but I still didn't think that about it. Hermione refers to it as being a dodgy place, and it immediately thought, this wasn't a dodgy pub, guys, but it wasn't. There was a pub, I think I may have brought it up before, guys. I mean, it's not there anymore. I think that there's a big shopping centre where it is now, in fact. The Westgate Centre has been extended onto it. But there was a place when I was younger called the Wolf House in Oxford. And we only ever went in there the once. I feel like we just wanted to try it. I'll be honest, guys, I always wanted to go to the quieter pubs. I think my friends wanted to go to the busier ones and everything, but I'd be like, well, why don't we go to this little quiet place? Because I find the busy places stressful, guys. I really did. And this is a long time before being diagnosed as autistic as well. But obviously I was still autistic then. Oh, God. Anyway. And yeah, we went into this place. And I hate this anyway, guys. And you get this in nicer pubs as well. In fact, there was a pub called The Swan not far from me. Where I went in there with my mother. And it felt like we were interrupting a private conversation. Like the staff and maybe a customer there, or two customers, and when we walk in, it's like, oh, what are you doing? We're having a private conversation here. That's never a good look for a pub, you know. It's very unwelcoming. Imagine that times 10 when we went into the Wolf House. It was the barman and one customer, and they were like, what the heck are you doing here? It's like completely bizarre. As I remember, there was no music or anything, and it was very, very dirty. It was very bland walls and everything. I wonder if there's any pictures of the Wolf House in Oxford. I'm not sure exactly how to spell it, unfortunately. I'm sure it could have been a lovely place. Oh no, it's the Wolf Tavern, wasn't it? Because the Wolf House is like a housing estate there. Was it Tavern? Wolf Tavern. Memories of oh no, it was called Wolf House. Yeah, it's a tree right outside the front. There it is. Wow, yeah, that building is long. It's a gorgeous building. It's a shame that it's not there anymore. I can't imagine it being there anymore. Maybe it is still there. I never go around that part of Oxford, but I'm pretty sure this building's gone. I'll show you it. Ugh. Once I'm able to get a copy of it. But yeah, we never went in there again, but it became a bit of a joke amongst, like, me. I think I went in there with two friends, I'm not sure. But yeah, like, the description of this, when I say it was dirty also, it wasn't as bad as, like, you know, clearly what the Hogs Head is meant to be. But again, like, when I'm watching movies, I didn't get that at all, guys. I really didn't. Where have I saved that? This is me being professional, guys. Is it there? Oh, it's huge. God. There it is. What a lovely building that is. Granted, it's like got this railing right up the front and a tree right in front of it, and then a busy road right in front of it as well. I think that'd be a real shame if that building got demolished. It looks like it's been there for a hot minute. But, I mean, clearly no one was going in there, and clearly the owner, I'm guessing it was the landlord, didn't want people in there either, and so, you know, that's one way to run a business, I guess. But yes, that's the Wolf House. That's what I got the impression of with the Hogs Head. The description: centuries old dirt. There was where. Oh, this is... we get reminded that this is where Hagrid won the dragon egg, which I'd completely forgotten about, that it was here. Harry gets the impression that keeping your face hidden is the fashion in this place, because there are some other patrons there. There's a couple talking in Yorkshire accent, so I don't know if that's meant to be a bit of a dig towards a Yorkshire accent or not. Because I think is it Yorkshire accent, which is basically in all adverts in the UK now, because it's seen as being the most trustworthy accent. I think it might be. I get confused with my northern accents, guys. I apologise. There's a witch with a veil there that Harry suggests could be Umbridge, but Hermione points out that the that the witch is taller. Harry had asked Flitwick about if it's okay for students to go into the Hogs Head, and Flitwick said that they are allowed there, but it's probably best to take your own glass. Which is a great indictment of the place. Harry thinks he recognises the barman. Yeah. God knows when that's from, guys. He thinks he recognises the barman, but then we don't get anything else on top of that. Could it be Nocturne Alley? Yeah, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know when it could be, but it's very interesting that gets mentioned. Unless it's something really obvious and I'm forgetting it. Like, it turns out that it's, like, Fred or something. Ron says they could... Ron says that because of this place is so dodgy, as Hermione referred to it, that Ron says that they would be able to try anything, and he says that I've been wanting to try out fire whiskey, which I'm guessing is a bit like a cinnamon kind of a drink, maybe. Drinking at school age. Drinking at school age. Oh, I see. Yeah. Hermione says that he's a prefect, and like Ron, to be fair, doesn't say yeah, but no one's here. He does then back down. So, yeah, good point. So he's taking it seriously to an extent. Yeah, I mean, when this was written, guys, teenagers of school age drinking in pubs was pretty common. It was never legal, and places would get in trouble for it. But seriously, I mean, I kind of hope it isn't the case anymore, because I feel like, you know, the younger generations are actually a bit smarter to actually looking after themselves, you know. But yeah, it really was. It felt like something that you were expected to do. Essentially, it really was. So the people for the meeting finally arrive. Neville, Dean, Pav and Lav, Padma, Cho with a friend, Luna, Katie, Alicia, Angelina, Colin, and you'd imagine Angelina's there just to keep an eye on Harry, maybe. Colin and Dennis, Ernie, Justin, Hannah, the Puffs are here, guys. Another Puff. 3 Ravenclaws, and who I believe Harry believes are called Anthony, Michael, and Terry Boot. Jenny arrives with a blonde Puff. Fred, George, and Lee arrive as is their want. Carrying bags of joke shop merchandise, which is obviously from the places in town. When they brought it in, I was thinking, what, they're going to be testing this stuff out here? No. They just bought a load of stuff in the shop. I got on here a bigger group than the movie. I think it is, guys. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I feel it's definitely a bigger group than in the movie, because I think that it is meant to be a bit of a reveal of, oh, there's loads of people here, but it still doesn't look like that many people. And so yeah, but whereas in the book it definitely seems like that there are more people. The barman is clearly taken aback. It's probably the first time that the pub's ever been like that, that full. You'd imagine at Christmas it probably gets a bit fuller, maybe. He's so taken back that he's been cleaning the same glass for ages with the same dirty rag, just making it really, really dirty and everything, guys. And this reminded me of something disgusting, guys. God. Yeah. So there's a place called Brixham, not Brixton, Brixham, which is in Devon, guys. I love Devon, and I love Brixham. Brixham is gorgeous. Oh, if you look up a picture of Brixham, guys, it's absolutely stunning. I'm just gonna have a look at what pictures come up if you look up Brixham. It's Brixham. Yeah, you look it up. It is a stunning port, guys. It really is. It's absolutely beautiful. It's idyllic, in fact. And from what I gather, it's quite expensive to visit. I think it might be quite expensive. Whenever I went there, I'd be walking from my brother's old flat. But it's absolutely stunning. It's where a lot of the fish that certain restaurants is caught in the UK. There's a lovely pirate ship there. I think that there's like an annual pirate event where they try to break the record for the most pirates turning up at one place or something. Dressed up, obviously. yeah, it's a really, really beautiful place, guys. Like, you can get incredibly good fish and chips there. Not very vegan. There used to be an arcade there, but not anymore. It changed quite a lot when it comes to that. But it is a stunning part of the UK to visit. Devon and Cornwall in general are beautiful, but Brixham is stunning. But there was one pub there, guys, that me and my brother were in, and it was a really nice pub, really nicely really nicely kept. I'm sure the food was pretty expensive and everything, as it probably is in this sort of area, but really extremely high quality, just beautiful shot of the quays outside and everything, and really lovely pub until you go to the toilet. In the toilet, obviously, once you've done your business, you want a way to dry your hands, don't you? You want a way to dry your hands, don't you, guys? Now, is it going to be the paper towels? It's a bit retro now. Some people don't even remember those things. Or like the machines that you'd have to pull down and then use and then pull it down a little bit more, you know. Or the paper towels where you get paper and put it in the bin or something like that. Or you know what? It could be a hand dryer. Put your hands underneath it. Or it could be one of those ones where you put it in like that and dries your hands like that. No. You know what they had? They had one flannel tied to the wall for everyone to use to dry their hands. That is disgusting. And that thing had clearly been there for a hot minute, guys. I think it was chained to the wall. So obviously it wasn't getting washed at any point. Oh my goodness. Don't let that don't let that put you off going to Brixham, though, guys. It is a stunning part of the UK. It really is. I love southwest England, guys. I really do. Or Devon and Cornwall, because I know there's a lot of Cornish who want to be their own thing. It's a good flag, the Cornish flag. Black with a white cross. You see it fairly often on the back of cars in the UK. So if you've ever seen one of those before and you've wondered, oh, I wonder what that is. And I think that Devon is green with a white cross, I think. But beautiful part of the world. Absolutely stunning, guys. But Brixham is, when it comes to Devon, Brixham is one of the prettiest parts. Cornwall is absolutely stunning, though. I need to go back to Cornwall. Need to take Woozy down there. Anyway, let's get back to my notes, guys, because we were doing very good for time, but now I am taking ages. We are half an hour into the second chapter, but I think we're over halfway through our notes, though, guys. Like I say, it's like a set piece. So Fred goes and orders 25 butterbeers. And obviously asks for people to cough up the cash because he says that he doesn't have the money for it. You'd think he probably does, to be honest. I don't know, actually, maybe not. The barman is annoyed, which is such a thing. It's such a thing, guys. He's annoyed because it's almost as if he's being interrupted. And I got down here, God, I know that. I hate going into a pub and ordering something and the person behind the desk looking like it's like, you know, you've ruined their day. And the thing is, you wouldn't get that in a shop, because in a shop you have to be professional. People who work in pubs are allowed to not be professional, and I have never understood that. I've never understood that. I hate it, in fact, you know. Like the rolling your eyes because you ordered something in particular. It's like, so unprofessional, and I hate that. So I absolutely know this feeling of the barman looking like he's being put out by having to sell something to someone. Hermione offers to speak to the group first, as she does in the movie as well. She doesn't say well, though. Oh my god, she does. I love this so much. I don't think she does at all. I think that the tone of the movie scene is so different that Hermione is a little nervous, but not particularly. Whereas Hermione, who has all the skills to pay the bills here, keeps going, well. It's obviously a nervous tick. I really like that. Cho's friend gives Harry stink eye. I presume because she's like potentially protecting Cho from it in that sort of friend way, you know. Hermione is incredibly awkward in the book, guys. They keep on saying, well, which I love. Could Fred and George... I got on here, could Fred and George help out with the teaching? Because obviously they are older students. Obviously they're not going to be the greatest teachers, but they must have learnt stuff in this year that the current students wouldn't have done in that year, in the previous year, I should say. And so maybe they will. Maybe they will. We'll wait until the meetups actually start happening. Michael brings up the owls that are going on, and that it's Umbridge's part. I don't know what I mean by that. Michael brings up the OWLs, and that is Umbridge's part. Oh, I see. So I think what Michael is saying is that what the exam is going to be yeah, that's right. So Michael is saying that they need to learn what they should be learning, what they're going to help them to pass their OWLs. What I'm saying is that that's what Umbridge's job actually is here. Bizarrely, it is, because if the exam is going to be laid out by Umbridge, it's going to be what you get from reading the book. So yeah, what Michael's saying is actually irrelevant here, because this is extra training for people who actually need to learn and want to learn about Defense Against the Dark Arts. Hermione says Lord Voldemort is back. The blonde puff asks for proof, and they are there, guys. They're wearing a hat in the movie, but Zachariah Smith is his name apparently, and so yeah, he is actually in the movie. Hermione sees. Harry sees some. What? Harry sees some just after Harry's story. Oh, so when Zachariah asks for proof, Harry realizes and thinks Hermione should have thought about this, that a lot of these people that have turned up just want to hear what happened, just want to hear Harry's story, which isn't represented in the movie scene at all, I don't think. And also, it may not be true, but the fact that Zachariah is asking for proof is potentially evidence towards that. And he says, "I'm not wasting time. I'm not wasting any time trying to convince anyone what happened. Sorry, guys. I'm going to go and turn the kettle on now because I realise I haven't done it yet, and I want to let the water cool down for my nose thing. Oh, I got my scarf on. So just set the kettle off. I haven't washed this yet. You need to wash it every single time, obviously, guys. You'd be very careful with this sort of thing. But yeah, you want to boil some water so it will get cleansed, or whatever the term is. And then once it's cooled down, add a couple of sachets to it. And then shove up your nose. And let it dissolve first, of course. If you're going to let me just, humour me for a second, guys. You know that I'm always going on about 70s sitcoms. I was speaking with my brother on the way back from the arcade, randomly enough, about how in the 70s there were always this is the 70s before my time, guys, but I find it a very interesting time for humour, good ways and bad ways. But because I'm absolutely just fascinated by it. But back in the 70s and into the 80s as well, you'd get novelty comedy songs being brought out a lot. There were like a bunch of them. It's a very, very common thing in the UK at the time. As was making movie versions of TV TV sitcoms as well, which was a huge thing back then. But I was saying about how there was one really obscure one that I wasn't even sure if I'd made up or not, but one called Joggin', a novelty comedy song, sung by Brian Murphy of George and Mildred, which is a sitcom, which is a spin-off of Man About the House, which had an American version made after it called Three's Company. It's a very famous American comedy. I know that much, guys. Which was based on Man About the House, which had Brian Murphy in as George on as well. But then they had a spin-off sitcom called George and Mildred, which wasn't as good. It's quite depressing watching George and Mildred, in my opinion. But it's funny, but having our antagonist being this really unlikable person is quite difficult, But then again, my favourite sitcom's Bottom, and those two characters are deeply unpleasant. It's very important to remember that, guys. We're meant to be laughing at them, not with them in Bottom. It really is very important to remember that. But anyway, George and Mildred. So yeah, there's this song sung by Brian Murphy, who R.I.P. I think he died this year or last year. Of him going jogging, I'm going jogging, left foot, right foot, and it's a sort of typical 1970s cheesy novelty comedy song, which you're never going to put on to listen to in the background. It's so odd. It's such an odd thing that it happened. And I thought, again, I don't know if it did very well. I presume it didn't do very well at all. It's just rubbish. Brian Murphy releasing a song at all is insane. And when I got home, I sent him a YouTube link because I was able to find one. And almost immediately, he sent another link back because he'd been on the YouTube link. He'd been recommended "Joggin'," the song, done by the Muppet Show, as in Kermit the Frog and characters like that, the Muppets. You know, like the 1970s, 80s, very, very popular comedy show. And I didn't click on it at first, but then I clicked on it, and it was this puppet. It's not a famous one or anything, singing exactly the same song. And so I thought, oh, okay, so the Muppets came out with that song, and then Brian Murphy, reps or whatever, like said, hey, why don't you do a version of the song? It'd be really good, make a little bit of money and everything. No, the Brian Murphy one is the original version, and the Muppets. That blew my freaking mind! The fact that the Muppets took something from Brian Murphy. God. And the thing is, 99% of you guys are not going to have a clue what the heck I'm talking about. I know one of you will know some of the stuff I'm talking about. But yeah, that blew my mind. That Brian Murphy is always going, oh, watch out for that dog over there. Gotta get running. Puffy my puff. Yeah. And then at the end of the song, I said, oh, I'm going to catch a taxi instead. And it's awful. It's an objectively awful song. But the 70s were full of them. But the fact that Brian Murphy brought this song out, and then clearly someone at the Muppet Show thought, you know what? You know what's money? That. Let's do that. The same song on the Muppet Show. That blew my tiny mind, guys. It really, really did. Anyway, sorry. I just want to mention that, guys, because I've been able to think of nothing since. The fact that Brian Murphy inspired a segment on the Muppets. Anyway, let's move right along, guys. We are getting through these notes at a fair wick. I think the first chapter was an hour and a quarter. We're at 35 minutes for this one, so we need to get moving. But I feel like we're at a good pace right now. Jogging. Sorry. Oh god, it's bad. It's so cheesy. Hermione offers to speak first to the group. Cho's friends giving eyes. I haven't been deleting my notes. So yes, we're up to Zachariah speaking up, and he says that he wants. He asks for details of Diggory's death. And I've got on here is Zachariah, because he's a puff, guys, which isn't. That doesn't mean that changes his intentions completely, but it almost sounds like he's challenging Harry in possibly an accusing way, potentially. I'm not sure. But the fact that he's asking for deaths of Cedric's death. And Harry says, if you've come here to listen to learn what it is like when Voldemort murders someone, I can't help you, which is a dark line. He looks to Hermione in like in an annoyed, this is your fault sort of way. I think he's also purposely not looking to Cho at this point as well, but what a line to say. And he says, I'm not going to be displayed as a freak, which is fair. That is actually very fair, especially what he's gone through. The girl with the long plait asks if Harry can use a Patronus. I gotta say, Stephen Fry's voice here is grating, guys. I'm guessing Jim Dale isn't the same, but it's so I don't like it, guys. It made me wince. It really did. So I'm hoping that character's one and done, to be honest. Oh no, it's Bones. We've heard about since the first chapter, guys. It's obviously the first time they've spoken, but yes, it's Bones' niece, Susan Bones. I do not like Fry's voice for her. I gotta admit, guys. We talked about it where like certain female characters have like very silly voices for Fry. I'm trying to think if that's the case for any male characters. I can't think of any male characters that he has a silly voice. Gilderoy, he does a great portrayal of. It's not silly. It's not a silly voice that he's got, though. Yeah, anyway. I guess you could say Dobby and stuff. It's an elf, though. Luna is impressed by the fact that Harry says yes to this question, because obviously in the movie it's actually her that actually asks. And you get the impression that in the movie Harry isn't glad that it's Luna asking that question, which is great. Great little detail by Radcliffe if it's there. I think it is. It's interesting that it isn't widely known that Harry used a Patronus, because obviously he did a kind of Patronus during in a Quidditch match, didn't he? Molly had told her kids to not spread it about, because saying, like, you know, Harry's got enough to deal with that going around as well, which is awesome. And Fred and George hadn't been mentioning it as well. Terry asks about the basilisk. Apparently a portrait told him what happened, which is very interesting. Doesn't mention which. Neville mentions... oh, God! This is going to be an in-joke, right? Neville mentions the philological stone. And who is it that corrects him? I think it's Hermione who corrects him and says Philosopher's Stone. Is that an in-joke? Is that an in-joke about the fact that... Well, no! No! The reason why the Sorcerer's Stone was created wasn't because people wouldn't know what a philosopher was. It's because it wasn't an exciting enough word, right? I think that's it. Or is this actually an in-joke? I feel like I might have that wrong, actually. But yeah, that's the impression I got from hearing it first time, anyway. Joe brings up... Cho, not Joe, brings up the tasks from the Goblet of Fire. Harry tries to look... Harry tries to not look pleased when she's doing this, which is great. Harry says he had help, and somebody, it may be Cho again, like says, not you didn't have help with the dragon. Technically he did, but you know, I guess he has to keep that bit still quiet, doesn't he? As in getting a heads up and stuff. And to be fair, the person was talking about his flying ability, so I think it may have been Cho. I feel like it may have been another one of the Quidditch team, Quidditch players, I should say. Zachariah suggests Harry may be trying to weasel out of showing them what he can do, and Ron says, I have an idea. Why don't you shut your mouth? No, he doesn't call him a tosspot. I can't believe that's in the movie, guys. I don't know if I can explain it, because obviously, you know, different terms are used around the world, guys. That is a rude term. It really is. But yes, he tells him to shut his mouth. Harry gets the impression that Ron didn't like the weasel part, as in Weasley part of the insult, but I don't know. It wasn't an insult, but anyway. I must admit, I did think that, though. I did think that when Ron piped up, so, oh, Weasley. I genuinely did, so maybe it is. Ginny offers to clean... What? Oh, no, sorry. George, not Ginny. Ginny offers to clean out Zachariah's... oh yes, clean out Zachariah's ears, or maybe, or anywhere on his body with a long metal instrument, which I think we were all thinking the same thing. Hermione oh no, sorry, Hermione that goes, well, I love it, so I love that it's so nervous thing, and asks if they all agree to learn. It's going to be once a week. Angelina, Cho, Zachariah, all three of them bring up the practice. Zachariah also being part of the Quidditch team that defeated Harry's team during Prison of Azkaban. I don't know why I mentioned that. No Slytherins there, it certainly seems there are no Slytherins there. Ernie bigs up Hermione's idea. He does it a couple of times here, guys. I wonder if there is a ship of Ernie and Hermione, because there's a couple of times here where Ernie backs up, bigs up, but also backs up Hermione, what she's saying. And so I wonder if maybe he does, I don't know, I don't know, does Ernie fancy Hermione in Harry Potter? Fancy. Ernie does not have romantic things for Hermione. Fine. Fine! Well, I thought maybe there was, because he does seem to be particularly backing up Hermione, you know, rather than Harry. And yet he's meant to be Mr. Dumbledore, isn't he? That Dumbledore fan. And so, yeah, I thought that was interesting, anyway. And he says that it is possibly even more important than the OWL's exams. And when he says that, he leaves a pause, expecting there to be a big shock from what he said, but there isn't, so he just continues talking. God bless him. I love it. He's great. It's nice to see that Justin's there, by the way. That's a blooming throwback, isn't it? It does seem like puffs are meant to be quite posh. Is that a thing? That the posh you are, the more likely you are to be a Hufflepuff? Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by posh, because I guess you could say that Draco is posh. Yeah, that's interesting. And it's all very middle class anyway, guys. The whole thing. Ernie is angry at the Ministry of Magic for bringing Umbridge to the school in the manner that they have. Hermione says that says how she thinks Dumbledore. Oh, Hermione says that Umbridge thinks that they may turn into some sort of Dumbledore's army, which is very interesting. That seems to be the first time that term's being used, guys. It's just written on a piece of paper in the movie. I think that's the first time we actually see it. It seems so different in the movie. And I gotta say, despite the fact that I liked some of the changes in the previous one, most of the changes here I don't really like. I don't, guys. It's so dramatic and slow and sad and emotional. It takes me back to the Seamus scene, guys, which I still hate from this movie and book. No, sorry, from the movie where Dean's like, I had a better summer than Seamus does. Where in the movie, like, Dean almost looks like he's on the edge of tears when he says, I had a better summer than Seamus did. It's like it's not the actor's fault at all, guys. In fact, isn't he in something? Neville's in something now as a priest of some kind, or like a detective priest or something, which weirdly enough, Arthur Weasley has done in the past. I doubt it's meant to be the same character. Anyway, but yeah, I've seen Neville's face plastered on some ads for a show on Channel 5, I think. Luna says that Fudge has a private army of helipaths, and Hermione's like, no, he does not, and says that they don't exist. Because Neville is actually swallows it. He's like, oh, really? And apparently they're like fire spirits, which instantly makes me think of those things from Skyrim and other Elder Scrolls games. Hermione asks Luna for proof that those creatures exist. I just think about Zach at this point, asking for proof as well. Luna accuses Hermione of being narrow-minded. You love to see it, guys. You love to see it. We don't really get any Hermione versus Luna stuff in the movie, do we? Apart from Hermione calling Luna Loony Lovegood in that scene which we have discussed previously. I don't think we do. Whereas I'm loving it. I'm like McDonald's. I'm loving it, guys. I think it's great. Is I'm loving it the slogan for McDonald's outside the UK? I think it is. It's the slogan for McDonald's over here, anyway. Ginny doesn't. Oh yeah, so Ginny like does like a soft cough to interrupt their argument, which I think is meant to be a reference to Umbridge, which is actually quite funny. Ginny got jokes, guys. Ginny got jokes. Ron suggests McGonagall's class to practice because they used it in Goblet of Fire. Harry says that wouldn't wash with McGonagall, especially as it's going against Umbridge again. It's not really going against Umbridge, but you know what I mean. It's actually not. What they're doing is not going against Umbridge. It's just teaching the stuff which she's not teaching them. But McGonagall still wouldn't allow it. Hermione asks everyone to sign a piece of paper, to put their name down on a piece of paper. And says for everyone to not mention what's going on. And it does feel like this is actually a contract that they're signing of, okay, I will not mention it to anyone outside the meetings. Several don't like the idea of specifically putting their names down. Early brings up the fact that they are prefects, Hermione, Ron, and everything. And Harry points out that just now he's saying it was the most important thing, and so Ernie then signs it. I really like Ernie, guys. Not just because he's a Hufflepuff, but obviously partly because of that. I got down here. Does Ernie like Hermione? In this scene, there were several times where it seems like Ernie was particularly backing up Hermione rather than Harry, who was the main attraction in this meeting. Even Zacharias signs, which is a good sign. Hope to see more of him in the future. Yeah, I got down here. Isn't the movie scene a lot more dramatic? It is, guys. I much prefer the book version. I really do. it's this whole thing of, in the movie, like, you either have good guys or bad guys, and so you can't have that much, apart from obviously Ron calling Zachariah a tosspot, you can't have that much antagonism from our good guys, you know. So yeah, that's why it just feels a little bit soft and like over dramatic. I feel like, no, it's more dramatic than the book. I'll put it like that. We need to get through this because we are approaching. Are we at the 2-hour mark? I think we might be. Right. So Ron, that's Zachariah. So after the meeting, that they're walking down the street, and Ron says that Zachariah bloke is a wart, of all things, which again softer than what he calls him in the movie, definitely. Yeah, I gotta say though, it did worry me when he said Zachariah is a wart. Where's this going? Where's this going? You overheard Hermione talking to Ian H. Ernie and Hannah. Ernie and Hannah, there we go. And yeah, Hermione says that Michael Corner and his friends wouldn't have come if he wasn't going out with Ginny. And Ron does a bloomin' spit take. I almost did a spit take as well, guys. I was like, who the heck's Michael Corner suddenly? Everyone's like, he's what? Apparently Ron's ears now resemble curls of raw beef, which is disgusting. That's really horrible, guys. Just say his ears are red, seriously. Apparently they met at the Yule Ball and started dating at the end of last year, so good for them. Ron says, which one is Michael Corner? And Hermione says, the dark one. And Ron says, I don't like him. And Hermione says, yeah, big surprise. Brilliant. Ron says, I thought Ginny fancied Harry. And Hermione says, well, she gave up on Harry months ago. Which is very interesting they're saying this right in front of Harry, but I guess that's normal, isn't it? It says that Harry's head is still filled with Cho's parting wave, which is a lovely way of putting it. Could I that Harry never realised that he fancied him, but that Ginny fancied him? I think that's what's implied here. That it's actually a surprise to Harry as well. Yes, that's right, because he says, well, I know she's always nervous around me, but I thought that was to do with the scar or something. He didn't think it's because of infatuations. And he says so that's why she seems to talk now, because before she wouldn't. It's because she's not watching every word and everything. Oh yeah, so I've got on here. So Stephen Fry redeems himself at this part of the audiobook, because essentially Ron's voice in this scene has turned into Sirius Black. It's like, seriously, I'm really angry and everything. It's great. Ron is rambling on about Corner. Hermione asks Harry about him and Cho, and Harry's like, well, wait, what? He's taken aback by it because he didn't realise it was so obvious that they had feelings for each other. And Hermione says, well, Cho couldn't take her eyes off you the entire time. And it says that Harry suddenly realised how beautiful Hogsmeade was. What a lovely way of ending the chapter. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. I definitely prefer the movie version. Oh, God, James. Veggie. Definitely prefer the book version of this chapter. It's too dramatic. It's too soft. There's no real personality in the scene. And it's nothing to do with the actors. Not the actors at all, guys. But, you know, like, apart from Zachariah, who I'm guessing it's meant to be Zachariah, there's no conflict, like, at all. I guess you could say Harry, like Hermione saying he's being modest. I really like the fact, I love the fact she says that, guys. I don't think that's in the book. Like, she says to the group, oh, you should just be modest. And it's like saying, oh, no, I'm not. I love that. I love that. I feel like that is a movie edition, and if it is, that is a great edition. But in general, the chapter is much better in the book, which I feel like is kind of normal at this stage. That's my notes done, guys. A lot of fun going through them, but now it's the more fun part of these reviews where we go through your thoughts. So thank you so much for leaving them. And we're going to go and check out the book club. And when I am able to show you what the side panels were for these chapters, I will do, guys. I'm so sorry, Jonas, when you're watching this. I really should have... Once I finished my notes, I should have checked immediately to see that everything is okay to go. I didn't. I just expected to be able to get it, and for whatever reason, the link's not working. So either way, it doesn't matter. Let's get over to your thoughts in the book club. Only Blooming Woozle's come to join us. You right, sweetheart? Hey, you're gonna be brave. What a brave noodle. She went to the vets a few days ago, guys. My goodness, she does not like it there. Guys, it is the book club that we do every single episode of these reviews, guys, where I go through your thoughts and opinions and so on. And yes, I've realised that if you've been very, very observant, you'll be able to tell that I do a little trick when making these videos. Anyway, let's scroll down to the start. Thank you all so much for taking part in it. I always do say try and keep your comments to like around 4 or 5 sentences, just so we can get through them. It does look like there are some chunky ones this time, unfortunately. So I may need to skim through, oh, there's me in person, skim through the thoughts rather than address every single point. But yeah, that's how it is, guys. We need to keep these rolling, unfortunately. But thank you so much for commenting, as always. And we're kicking off with Joe. Hello, Veggie. Hope you and the cute little monkey are doing well. That was good timing. I've decided that for each book review, I'm going to go on my stationary bike for the whole time I'm watching. So thank you for making them so long and helping me get healthy. That's fantastic, Joe. I mean, obviously, when I'm out and about, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and so it's awesome that you're using it in the same way. I jump between it's the podcast police. I jump between, what are they called? Bloomin' heck. Ellis and John, which are on BBC Sound, but also used to be on Radio X. I re-listen to them as well. Off-menu podcast, which I've definitely mentioned before in these videos, which is excellent. Wheezing Groaning, which is like a Doctor Who podcast. I don't know much about Doctor Who, guys, although my brother's been showing me a lot of classic Who lately. Which I find very, very funny. And I think that's it. They brought back Room 101 as a podcast with Paul Merton hosting it, so I might give that a go, because I used to like Room 101. Obviously, it was originally with Hancock, Nick Hancock. There we go. I always get his first name wrong. Anyway, let's continue. That's great though, Joe. Good bully for you, seriously. I have to admit, with great pain, that Umbridge is right about Trelawney being a fraud and therefore not a good person to teach kids. Yeah, no, I think that is definitely. I feel like I brought it up in my points as well. It either shows that Trelawney is definitely a charlatan, which I agree with you. It does. Oh, I need to point out the side panels as well in a second. I think it definitely does. Or it could be, I mean, Trelawney knows, she's not unaware that people like McGonagall think that she's a complete charlatan. And so she could be thinking, oh God, Umbridge may think the same. And that's actually going to affect my livelihood. And so, so I do think there's still a chance that she could be legit. Obviously, she's right that something bad happens to her, at least in the movie, at least, when I screamed into my microphone. But yes, yeah, I see what you mean. She's kind of similar to Lockhart, although Umbridge herself is a terrible teacher. She just sits on her bum while they read the book and take it as gospel. That's not any teaching, absolutely, although I know teachers like it, or I knew, I should say. And I wonder, do any of Hogwarts teachers remind you of any teachers you had? Yeah, particularly with the dunce thing. This time we were discussing it. There was one called Mr. Taylor who definitely would have done. Would have called people stuff like that. Geography, I think he was. Like I say, I missed out by 1 year witnessing a teacher who was actually a psychopath. Who used to throw clay pots at people. Students, I should say. Yeah, not a primary school, but a secondary school. The negative aspects of these teachers, I definitely remember, unfortunately. Oh, I love the showdown between McGonagall and Umbridge. I've read this as a kid, and it definitely inspired how I handle people my whole life. That's awesome. Yeah, I get what they were going for with the movie scene. I know it wasn't in her class and everything, but how can I word this? I don't want to say neuter, but McGonagall doesn't have any teeth in that scene. In the book, she's all teeth. She's like, you know, at the end of, not at the end, but near the end of Return of the King, Lord of the Rings. And that dude comes out with a helmet on, and he's just like a mouth going, McGonagall's essentially that character when it comes to having teeth. In the book. And in that chapter, in this scene particularly, and so I love it. Chapter 16, I really feel quite proud of Hermione for saying Voldemort. Yeah, it's huge. In history, that's my my field. Oh, excellent. We do have words like this in some regions where bears were literally bears, sorry. Where bears were fearsome and plenty. The word that they used today for bear comes from something like you know who. Oh, wow! Because everyone preferred to use it out of fear of the name. Wow, that is fascinating. Now, when I thought you meant bear as in as something being bared, you know, but no, you literally mean bears. Wow, that's crazy. Sorry, I don't mean crazy. That is fascinating. I don't mean crazy. Sorry, I take that back. There is a person from recent history that I suggested to name, say name of, because she represented my deepest crippling fears for many years. So that's why I'm proud of Hermione, especially that in her case, Voldemort is a real danger to her. You know what, guys? It's in the movie. It is in the movie when Hermione says Voldemort. I think for the first time at the Hogs Head. I could be wrong, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it immediately cuts to Ron and Harry, and neither of them have an expression on their face. No, it's not they don't have an expression on their face, guys. They're not reacting to the fact that Hermione's done it. Now, I think that Ron definitely should. I think that Harry absolutely should, because it's the thing that calms Harry down in this chapter, the fact that Hermione says it, which is amazing. That's such a beautiful moment. And so, yeah, I completely agree. It's a huge moment in the book, and it is in the movie, but it's not made that big of. But you know what? That because it's the Hogs Head scene, there's enough emotion in that scene, anyway. Ain't that right, Monkey? Do you want to get covered over? Whoosh! It's just your bum. It's just your bum. Right, moving on. Thank you so much for the comment, Joe. Jake! So my Veggie, Jake, thank you so much for your present. I will definitely be showing it in the next Avatar episode. I completely forgot last time because I was in such a rush, but I will definitely. It's awesome. So my Vizsla, I like it. Really sorry in advance for the length. We endeavour to zip it. Will endeavour to zip it next time. You can still leave a comment, Jake, but if it could be back to the usual length, it would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 15. Delusional ex-aura Mad Eye Moody was mentioned of him actually being a dead Death Eater conveniently left out of the Prophet. Yeah, I presume so. That surprised me as well, the fact that he was listed there. There's a brilliant Easter egg from book readers in the Lego Harry Potter game. Hermione's Boggart is McGonagall holding a picture of a troll from book 1 in reference to her third-year obstacle course and the OLL grade mentioned here. Yeah, with the troll grade. Well, that is. That's a bit. That's also a Boggart. Oh, the troll from the first book. I see what you mean. Okay, so it's not in the first game. Okay, I get it. In the first movie, I should say. In the first year. That's awesome. That is an awesome reference. That really is. That is actually subtle as well. Umbridge's comments on Hermione really annoy me. The whole point of advanced academia, especially coming university, is to challenge and expand upon preconceived notions like those of Slinkhard. Okay, it's good to know it's hard because I thought it may have been hard. if we just accept what old and wise wizards wrote, then learning would never advance. Pardon me. Would never advance, and we'd still be in the Middle Ages. Well, it's kind of how religion works in a way, isn't it? In a way. She's even worse at teaching than Hagrid, Trelawney, and Snape. Reminds me of my GCSE physics teacher who just made us read the textbook and was taken aback that I found this boring. He didn't make me scar myself. Thankfully, got enough of those on my own. Yeah. I don't know if we did specifically physics at school personally, but yeah, it's a shame that you ran for a teacher like that. Considering the punishment, does that mean believes Voldemort being on Krill's head was a lie too? I presume so. I thought that confrontation was an open secret. Yeah, you know what? There is a bit of a disconnect of what the world, as me as a listener and a reader of the book, I don't understand what the general public think about what's going on, because it's never really been mentioned, and maybe that's because from Harry's standpoint it's not really that important. But I am a little bit confused about what they do and don't know about what is happening at the school. Because I'm pretty sure that the public don't know about the basilisk, I think. Anyway, I wonder if a powerful enough wizard witch could vanish Umbridge. Where would she go? The Shadow Realm commentary could be tried. I'm not sure if I've ever been to Coventry. Chapter 16. Just one quick continuity note on Chapter 16. Dennis Creevy is a second year. How did he get into Hogsmeade? So he would have come in Goblet, or did he not come in and ask about? I'll take your word for it. That's a great call, Jake. Maybe snuck out. Maybe snuck out, much like Harry would do. Great comment, Jake. Greatly appreciated. And obviously he would be going with his brother as well. Gav Knob. Greetings! Chapter 15. How did Dumbledore not find someone? He has the whole order to choose from. Yes, many have jobs, but not all. I.e., Molly could do just as well as Umbridge. Likely better. Yeah, that's not really the point, though, because if Dumbledore isn't able to get someone, then it doesn't matter how good the Ministry one is, because it's going to be the Ministry one. It doesn't say we will put someone in who's going to be really great. We will just be putting someone in. And so it could be someone who's literally just going to sit there in complete silence with their arms folded, which is pretty much what Umbridge is doing, to be fair. And so the quality of the teacher from the Ministry is kind of irrelevant there. So if Dumbledore did want a someone who is suitable for teaching, I'm not sure if Molly would be suitable for teaching. You think about the way that she... I want to be careful here, guys, because I label Molly more than anyone in these reviews. But you think about how she often snaps with Fred and George. That's what I kind of... That's all we have to really go on about what she would be with trying to keep other kids under control. I don't know. We don't have enough information on that. Who inspects the inspector? Who watches the watchman? I like it. Yeah, I was thinking I wanted Umbridge was going to review herself. That'd be incredible. Why does a divination teacher need to be a seer? You need to teach how to do it and help determine if a student is a seer. I'm not sure if she needs to be a seer, but I feel like it's probably something that she put on her resume, truthfully or not truthfully. And I think you would rather have, I guess in the same way that, it's not really the same, but having like a drama teacher being someone who used to be a professional actor, well, it's not required, but it'd be a big perk, wouldn't it? And so, yeah, it's not really the same, though. Based on the classes, we have seen a Muggle could teach the class. No spells need to be cast. Well, quite, especially with the Umbridge lesson. Why does Hermione have a problem saying Voldemort? She did not grow up with the stigma. I have thought this before, Gaffnor, but I think it's because of the sheer amount that she reads. And I feel like she has probably inherited it, you know, in that short time. And also, you know what? She's generally pretty polite as well. And so I think it probably is out of politeness that she started it. It's like, oh, we don't say that word. Okay, great. In the same way that they don't see mudblood as well, you know. And so and how much that kicked off. I feel like at first it was probably out of respect. Then obviously she has personal reasons to be fearful of Voldemort. Especially with her parents being Muggles and so on. And that she then just not inherited, literally the opposite, but you know, what's the term? Her environment created it. So I do feel like it is genuine. Chapter 16. Many seeds for later. For latter, I will not just specify which ones matter. Oh, okay, cool. I like it. Rhymed. Would it not be easier for Filch to list the people that do not have permission to go to town? Happy birthday. Oh, thank you so much, Gaffnor. Yes, that was like a couple of weeks ago. I guess so, but it also feels like that almost feels like the more vindictive way of doing it. Now, I'm not saying that Filch would be against it, but I do feel like it would feel a bit vindictive doing it that way round, maybe. I'm not sure, but either way, thank you so much for your comment, Gavin. JC Hayes. G'day, Veggie. Hope you are having a lovely week. Thank you very much. Hope you are as well. Firstly, to answer your question in the last video regarding Vegemite and Marmite, I am going to get my Aussie citizenship revoked here, but I do not like either. Well, that's fair. It is such an acquired taste. It's a punch to the teeth, isn't it? So I can understand you not liking it. I'm a heavy sweet tooth, so my choice of spread would be Nutella. There you go, which I think might be accidental vegan. I'm not a big fan of that sort of thing though, so I wouldn't be getting it anyway. I feel like you can get a vegan one at least. Fun fact: South Africa has Marmite as well. I know because I was born there, and I know it's a British thing. That's so interesting. South Africa. I wonder if there's any sort of larger reason for that. Because I know that you can't get it in many countries. I'm sure you can get it down, you know, international aisles in certain countries and certain shops. But well, that is absolutely fascinating. It didn't help you out though. You didn't like it. Onto the chapters. Chapter 15. Is it weird that I feel bad for Trelawney? I felt bad for her as well, to be honest. I know she's not a great teacher, but to be openly disrespected... Oh, dear me. I'm sorry. Disrespected in front of your students. Yeah, it's... I completely... yeah, I do feel very bad for her, I must admit. And clearly not everyone does, and that's the great thing about doing these reviews. I think this is the first time Hermione has ever lost house points. That's very interesting. I feel like, were they not caught going to the... Moaning Myrtle's bathroom sometime, and then they each had points taken off them? I could be wrong. For some reason, that jumps into my head. Maybe Percy. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. What was Dean Thomas doing to that mouse? Yeah, I don't want to know. I don't even want to think about it, to be honest, EJ. Were you expecting Harry to get so angry about the teaching thing? I don't think he does in the movie. In the movie, it's really nice. I really love the way I've ranted on the movie scene a lot here, guys, but it does some things really well. And Harry's speech about, you know, the potential of being murdered and everything is extremely powerful, and it's very well delivered. There ain't no anger there. He gets very slightly frustrated with Hermione, like saying, oh, he's just being modest and everything. But the book is just so much more realistic. It's so much more realistic. I know you weren't specifically talking about the Hogs Head scene, but that's the equivalent that I just wanted to mention. Chapter 16. I love that Ron is jealous, is still jealous about Veggie. Amazing. Yeah, that was out of nowhere, wasn't it? Oh, Victor moment. What do you think about Hermione's reaction to the Dong Bomb story? She seems to think it was very sus. Again, I think it's that she thinks it might be Umbridge that's doing it. You know, trying to intercept his mail, you know. What do you think about Hermione's reaction? Oh, sorry. We get more Hufflepuff representation in the chapter with Zacharias. Zacharias is it? Oh, bull. Sorry, Zacharias Smith. Do you think it was a good idea for them to write their names down? Always seems risky to me. Well, Hermione says, well, I'm not going to lose the list, am I? So, yeah, a secret society where you have a register list, but it does feel like a very bad idea. But I guess it's just so they don't forget. Or there might be some sort of magical way they could do it instead. Yeah, it does feel, it does. And, you know, Ernie was concerned about it. Hermione describing Michael Corner as the Dark One is always weirding me out. Like, what exactly does she mean? Dark hair, dark skin, dark mood. It's so vague. Yeah, you know what, CJ? When that line was said, I was thinking, is that going to cause confusion? Now, to me, someone being a Dark One would be dark hair. I can't imagine Hermione referring to someone with dark skin as the Dark One. Yeah, dark mood it could be, but how would Ron understand which one that is? So yeah, to me it's definitely hair. But it's a great point though. When that line was said, it feels dated, and not in a woke everything's changing sort of way, but it feels dated as in it's not useful because there is this slight confusion to say the Dark One. So you just to say the one with the dark hair, or the one with the dark mood. Yeah, I feel like that is a term that just isn't used anymore because it wasn't very useful using it before. Sorry guys, I just need to check my homepage because I made my Life is Strange reactions public for again last night, because obviously they were privated when I got hacked years ago. And when I make things public again, I need to make sure that there's nothing on the front page that shouldn't be there, because if I hadn't for whatever reason, if I hadn't previously published it, then when you publish it, it goes to the front, whereas if you previously published it, it doesn't go to the front. And so yeah, it's fine. So yeah, if you're interested in watching my Life is Strange or Before the Storm reactions, they are now public, guys. They're very old reactions, so I don't know. I don't think I swear in them. There's certainly no face cam. That was before I'd done the reveal. But yeah, if you're interested in that, you can check them out. Good games, very good story. They watched Blade Runner at one point, and it makes me sad. Right. Love from Australia. Thank you so much, CJ. A great comment. Thank you so much for getting back to me about the Vegemite and Marmite question. Right, so I'm going to put this out right now, guys. So these are the side panels that we would have had for the book review. I'm so sorry about missing them. Like I say, as soon as I've done my notes, I should be checking to see if the side panels are good to go. But there we go. Those are what Jonas put together. They are awesome. So I will leave them over the book review as recompense. So, but yes, I'm so sorry about about that, Jonas. They look awesome. Andrew, hey Veggie. Obviously Umbridge is awful. Obviously Umbridge is awful. Obviously Umbridge is awful. Obviously Umbridge is awful. Sorry. But can we really blame the Ministry for getting involved at Hogwarts? The school protected the Philosopher's Stone with a three-headed dog. Students were petrified by a basilisk. Yeah, I'm not sure how much that would have been known, but then the Ministry must have known about that. Of course they would have done. Someone actually died last year, and they've employed 2 servants of Voldemort and a fraud in Lockhart. The servants of Voldemort thing wouldn't be public knowledge. They've employed 2 servants of Voldemort. I'm not even sure how much the Ministry knows about that. I mean, they the whole Barty Crouch thing, he was essentially gotten rid of, wasn't he? Potentially. I think that's still up to the debate. Dumbledore's track record of student safety and staff employment is terrible. It's a fair point, Andrew. It really is, and that gives the Ministry power to do other things as well as. Yeah, it gives them a green light because there are these genuine concerns. The Ministry's approach is also wrong, but Dumbledore did himself no favours in giving Fudge reason and excuse to extend his power into Hogwarts. Exactly, that's a much better way of putting it. On this topic, if you were granted either the role of Hogwarts High Inquisitor, what changes would you make to the school? Just a few ideas to help prompt you as I put you on the spot. Would you turn the school vegan? Of course not. I wouldn't turn anyone vegan. Would you cancel Quidditch? No. I see the point you're making there. I might change the rule. No, I can't change the rules for a sport. Would you free the house elves? Any other ideas? I would definitely implement some spew regulations. So no hitting of house elves. Making sure that house elves are kept healthy. And that they are filling in questionnaires to say what they are happy with, what they aren't happy with, and everything like that. I would definitely implement some things. I wouldn't set them free. Not after what I've learned, but I would implement some spew regulation. I do feel like the teachers have to have some sort of regulation as well. Ironically, it's exactly what Umbridge is doing, but I do feel like there has to be maybe a yearly thing where someone sits in, maybe it's a different teacher each time, and then there's a High Inquisitor, a different teacher each time, and they sit in the other classes, and then maybe as a group the teachers get together to discuss what's going on and what's different and everything, because it's very clear, particularly with Mad-Eye Moody, that what's happening in these classes is not getting discussed with the higher ups, which is a huge problem. And so, yeah, some sort of regulation towards that as well. 2 very boring options, but that is what I would definitely implement. But I certainly wouldn't make the school vegan. That would be awful. Yeah, just making people's lives completely misery, guys. That's I see what you're saying, Andrew, and I think that you knew that I wouldn't do that anyway. But I don't know how many preachy vegans there are, guys, because personally I have not really met any. But I would never make anyone go vegan. No, I have no interest. You know what it is, guys, and I know that some of you have done this before, and so I am not. This has happened countless times since I've become vegan, guys, and so don't worry about it if you have done this. Where it comes up that I'm vegan, or in a video it comes up where I'm vegan, and in RL the person. If I mention that I'm vegan, then the person in RL will then feel the need to justify why they're not vegan, and I don't care. I don't care that you're not vegan. It's irrelevant to me. You shouldn't care that I'm vegan. It's completely mean. It should mean nothing. And so sometimes that's happened. It hasn't happened for a little while actually, but it certainly has happened many times in the past on the channel where I've said that I'm vegan or something, and people leave comments almost apologizing, and it's insane, guys. I don't care. This is the thing. I could say, hey guys, you do you. It's all great and everything. We're all you ate what you want to eat. I'll eat what I want to eat, and we'll all be happy. No, I don't care that you're not vegan, guys. because it doesn't mean anything. Because it's irrelevant to me. It doesn't make me think any lesser of you. It certainly should make you think any more of me that I'm vegan. It certainly should, guys. I'm an absolute schmuck. Look at this. Okay, this looks like something. It looks like the Neville's forgetting thing, but it is an arcade top that I got years ago and I never used, and it's all smashed up now. Not all smashed up. It actually looks really cool. The cracks in it, but yeah, it's giant. It's a large one as well, because I thought that might be cool to have a large one, but it's. I don't think playing a game with a large lollipop top would actually be that easy. So yeah, there we go, guys. There's my little vegan section of this video. I don't care. I don't care that you're not vegan. And you shouldn't care that I'm vegan. It's completely. I know the channel's name is Veggie Gamer, guys. But what I'm saying is you shouldn't think any more of me because I'm vegan. Because seriously, you really shouldn't think any more of me for any reason. Alias, hi Veggie. Fred and George might not really care about their studies, but they still respect some of the professors like Flitwick. I wouldn't be surprised if Charms was one of the few OWLs they bothered to pass. Oh, pardon me. You would think that potions would be an important one for them, wouldn't you? Really? I mean, it's essentially what their job is. So yeah, you'd think that they probably did do potions. I can see Charms as well, though. Maybe just out of respect for him. Oh, they could have done. I kind of like that, actually. I kind of like that, yes. And the fact that they're in Charms now would suggest that they would have done that owls, maybe. I'm not sure how that works. Hermione having difficulty saying Voldemort's name for the first time might seem odd, as she wasn't raised with the fear associated with it, but I like to think she learned about it from the book she read, even before coming to Hogwarts, and might have internalized it out of respect for the wizarding community. Pretty much exactly what I said. Yeah, I do feel like it is a respect thing, definitely. In the books, it was Dumbledore who said that fear of a name only creates fear of the thing itself. Not Hermione like in the movies. Oh really? Hermione says that. Bizarre. What an interesting choice. I'm not even sure when that is, to be honest. It's nice that Harry had some time to think about the idea of giving Defense Against the Dark Arts lessons to the other students, and was actually somewhat looking forward to it. He wasn't forced into accepting out of necessity. Yeah, it's true. I think that because he is snapping so much with Ron and Hermione at the moment, that they purposely. I mean, they were laughing at him, to be fair, but they purposely dropped the subject when they felt like they needed to, and I feel like that was what finally convinced him. The confrontation between Hermione and Luna is not something you would expect after watching the movies. I know, and it's so good. It makes you learn so much about both of them. I don't think anyone ever really confronts Luna about her weirdness in the movies, do they? Like, at all? I'm not sure. Do you think those two will manage to become friends despite their very different worldviews? Well, you would hope so, but I feel like it is going to be an ongoing thing, this friction. Ginny starting to date a boy and Ron not being okay with it is another thing the filmmakers decided to pull pushed to the next movie. Harry is still too focused on Cho to pay much attention to it, though. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Ron and Harry and Ginny thing. There's a great moment where he like sits between them, isn't there? On Deathly Hallows, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was Deathly Hallows. Yeah, we shall see. Alias, thank you so much for your comment. I'm so sorry that I say your name in such a weird way, but it's greatly appreciated. Digo. Utipa Veggie. Oh, I didn't do it again. Unbelievable. First off, I won't quote any lines because they are all equally great, but McGonagall really wiped the floor with Umbridge in this chapter. As I said, this was the book where I really learned to appreciate her as a character when reading the books for the first time. And this is just another one of the many moments that shows me how great she is. There we go. Excellent. I just realised it must have been 10 days since they had their reviews, because it's 2 weeks before Hermione brings up the Defense Against Dark Arts again. Interesting. Still concerning Umbridge, I know she is infuriating, but I had to say Harry's learning curve really is a horizontal line in chapter 15. First, he gets detention from Umbridge's class for a second time, and then he gets told off by McGonagall about it for a second time. And after all that, he still manages to get another evening detention in the very next class, where Umbridge inspects Grubbly Blank. Yeah, it's part of this rage that Harry has at the moment, so I feel like that's part of it. But it's clear that not even taking the points off is working at this point either. I really like that line from McGonagall about it's clear that detention isn't working, because it's absolutely true. Lastly, I find it a really nice detail that Hermione knew about Ginny and Michael being together. It shows that the two of them are actually friends and talk to each other outside of the trio. Exactly, I was saying that to my brother just a couple of days ago. That's awesome. Because you do kind of get the impression that they're friends outside of the group in the movies, but only like very, very short little references, I feel. Yeah. Lastly, I find it's really nice detail. Oh, no. What do you think are Hermione's relationships with the other Gryffindor girls like? That is an excellent question. I have absolutely no idea, and I should. I absolutely should. Her and Lavender have had history before, haven't they? When I think Lavender's cat died, or a pet or something. Obviously, that would affect Pravati as well. I presume not particularly good. I feel like it probably would have gotten better with time. I think in the first year it may have been a bit rough. But then again, Hermione often doesn't really do herself any favours when challenging people, does she? Great question. Yeah, it's something that I would like to know more about her relationship with other students in general, to be honest. Digo, thank you so much for your comment. Because we kind of assume that we know Ron's opinion of all the other boys and everything, but because Hermione is on the girl side of it, and obviously has different dorms and everything, it does feel like closed off to what we actually hear and everything. So that's a great point. Kensit, I know most of the students who show up in the meeting were skeptical. Most probably did want to know more about Cedric. I love that in the end they choose to side with him, whether that is because they finally believe him or just want to practice to pass their owls. We may never know. Again, maybe I've got this wrong, but I feel like what Umbridge is doing would get them to pass their owls. Oh no, because they did say they do have to do a physical there is a physical aspect to the OWL. Yeah, well, in that case, I'd take that back then. Great comment, Kensit. Thank you so much for making it. Sandra. Umbridge forcing students to take the textbook's view as gospel is really dangerous. I completely agree. I completely agree, and it's definitely one of the most infuriating things about her. You know, the fact that she's clear. I guess what you could say before now is that she's strict and also expecting students to be able to learn properly just from reading, whereas this actually saying that you shouldn't ever question what the text says is actually genuinely bad. Like, there's no quantifying that. That is something that just does not hold water at all as a teacher, making it even more frustrating. Sandra, thank you so much for your comment. Esmeralda, hi Veggie. I like McGonagall. Cannot believe that Harry is still mouthing off to Umbridge. Yeah, but again, I can understand Harry doing it because of what he's like. It's reckless and annoying. Yeah, that's fair. That's certainly how Ron and Hermione see it. I never thought about Fred and George not sticking up for Ron until you mentioned it. But here we see them threaten Zachariah on behalf of Harry. Interesting. Oh yeah, they'll stick up for Harry. They've stuck up for Harry a lot. It's Ron specifically. I don't know if they stuck up for Harry a lot, but they've definitely. The one moment I always go back to is they go, make way for the heir of Slytherin in Chamber of Secrets, you know, which I do feel like was to try and help Harry. But Ron, they never blooming help. They really don't. Ernie reminds me of Percy. It's so pompous. Oh, really? Yeah, I can see that. I can actually see that. How very interesting, Esmeralda. Because he's like an opposite, but he's also the same. That is so interesting. Yeah, I can absolutely see the But I don't think anything that Ernie said here is a bad thing. I just feel like he is the sort where he feels like he needs to capture the room's attention or something, you know. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's probably just the way he's been raised, isn't it? After the Goblet of Fire, I'm not entering into anything like that might be binding magical contract, so I would not have signed the paper. After the Goblet of Fire, you say? Yeah, because of, like, you know, names getting out and everything like that. I can see that. I can see that, Esmeralda. Yeah. But I guess it also shows an actual genuine yearning to actually... I feel like a lot of them are there to fight back against Umbridge. I feel like that's the main reason that they're there, you know. And so I feel like that might be what pushes them to do so. Yeah, but great. But it's interesting that you said that you wouldn't, Esmeralda. I can completely understand that. Thank you so much for your comment. Snow Speeders! Hi Veggie, I want to start off with an apology on my part. I realise my comments tend to be on the long and wordy side. I'm very sorry about that. I tend to go on and on sometimes, and I don't want you to worry to worryingly interpret my point. Oh, wrongly, sorry, I see. Wrongly interpreted points. Hope you can understand. From now on, I'll try and keep my comments fairly short, perhaps with the exception of some particular moments in the future. Yeah, I appreciate that, Snow Speeder. As long as it's... You know what, Snow Speeder? When I scroll down and I see that there's several like really long comments, my heart does sink a little bit, just a little bit, you know. That doesn't mean that you can't ever do a longer comment, especially with something like very personal and something, because we've had very personal comments in the past. I would never want people to want to shorten those down. But whilst you're making a comment, if you can have it in the back of your head, okay, I need to keep this concise. Then that will help edit them down just naturally, and so I appreciate your concern, and so no worries about it. But I appreciate that it is something that you are actively thinking about now. I guess I get why Snape marked the homework as if it was OWL work, but surely poor Marks would reflect on his teaching, not just the students. Maybe it's different in the Wizarding world, but teachers usually want their students to pass and will help them. That's the general idea I got from school anyway. That is an excellent point, and that makes me think that maybe the other Dumbledore and so on aren't actually hearing about the results of this homework. Not the OWLs, but this homework. And so you're right, it's very good that Snape is reviewing it in that. And it's very possible that he's twisting the knife with Harry, giving him a D and giving Ron a P and everything. Very funny. But when it comes to it, he may actually be doing it a lot more professionally and actually trying to help the students. We shall see. I'll be very interested to see. I'm very interested to see how the OWLs are done, even if they are done. I don't presume they're not going to be. I have absolutely no idea. We shall see. We shall see. Umbridge making a point about the fact that Dumbledore appointed Trelawney confuses me. I can only think of one teacher that Dumbledore inherited, and that being Professor Binns, sure. Flitwick, maybe? How long has Professor Flitwick been at Hogwarts?
Okay, I found this.
This is 1994, that can't be right. Born in 1958. British or Irish. Part human? It says here, part human, part goblin. I didn't know that. Wait, what? What? Is that known? If I knew that already, guys, I apologise, but that's news to me. During opposed Lord Voldemort. We've sorted into Ravenclaw, of course. Doesn't have a date for it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But yeah, Binns is the obvious one, isn't it? Yeah. I guess that's because Umbridge knows that she's going to be giving Trelawney a bad review, that she wanted to specifically mention it here. But then again, she mentioned it with McGonagall, and she's not going to be able to give McGonagall a bad... Well, she might be. She might do actually with her attitude. There you go, Monkey. I'll see you in a bit. Good guy. Good old fuzzy noodle. Oh my goodness. I'm going to be buying a watch in a couple of days, guys. Hopefully, if it's still there. There's a watch which I've seen, which I really like the look of. I don't wear watches generally, but I thought I'd treat myself because I've been very good financially. Sorry, not financially, but with saving and everything and putting stuff into ISAs and everything. I've been very good with that over the last year. So I thought I'd give myself a birthday / Christmas present. And so it's more than I've spent on a watch before, but it's not like a freaking thousands of dollars or anything, guys. But it's a very nice one. So I'll probably be wearing it in future videos if I can get it. Like I say, it should be there. It should be there. I don't know how many they have in the shop, but from what I gather, it's not the easiest watch to find nowadays. It's a Seiko. Seiko, isn't it? Not Zico. Seiko, yeah. Anyway, back to the comments. Surely all of our lovely professors, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprouts, Snape, Hagrid, etc., were all appointed by Dumbledore, as he has been headmaster for a long time. I presume that would... Yeah, of course Hagrid. I'm pretty sure Hagrid actually said they did. Harry's struggling... but then again, there are a lot of other professors that you don't mention there, though. There's like, Muggle studies and... the witch who I said was Dishy in the first movie. Was she in the first movie? I can't remember. I always forget her name. You guys have told me it so many times. I always forget her name. The librarian. You know, there's lots that may have been around before Dumbledore was head. Harry struggling with homework because of the tensions really bothers me here. Yes, I know Umbridge is horrible, and yes, I understand detentions are a punishment for form of discipline, but I think it's going too far if it is jeopardizing Harry's other homework. Surely Umbridge would be liable if Harry started performing really badly as a result of him not being able to do homework. I don't think she would. Because Umbridge's argument would be, yeah, it's because he keeps on interrupting my blooming classes. What am I meant to do? Like, give him a cake or something? So yeah, I feel like Umbridge could be able to, she wouldn't say it like that, but I do feel like Umbridge could justify it, saying, yeah, that ain't on me. You know? Yeah, I feel like she would be able to get... You know, if Harry wants to throw his future away, then Harry can throw his future away. I feel like that is, unfortunately, a completely understandable standpoint for Umbridge to say. But I do see your point, though. I do see your point. Ideally, it would be that... Because I'm pretty sure in the few times I did have detention, guys. Because of my dyslexia and everything, I would get detention for not being able to do the work, which is fun. But often in those, it would be, okay, you got homework from that for that to do. Okay, do the homework in here in silence, and that would be a punishment. So I'll be doing the other homework in detention for someone else. Umbridge ain't gonna do that. She just ain't gonna do it. Let's face it. That's all from me for now. As promised, I have kept this one shorter, and I will try my best to do so going forward. I can't promise so. I appreciate that. As always, looking forward to your next chapters. Thank you so much, Snowspeeder, and I appreciate your acknowledgement of the length, which sounded very odd. For what I said, I should say. Maddie! With two doggos in your icon. Hey, Woozle and Veggie. That scene with McGonagall and Umbridge was so satisfying. It's funny and at the same time frustrating that Harry just can't help himself with the sassy remarks. I can totally understand his friend's reactions. You know what, Maddie? This is so interesting because you're not the first one to say this about being frustrated with Harry. I wasn't. When hearing these chapters, I get the impression that Harry is doing it and he's willing to do detention in a way to show that he doesn't care to Umbridge. And in my filter that I've been listening to this, I've been kind of been thinking, good for him. I actually have. And so this is so brilliant to see these comments saying that you're finding it frustrating. It must be exhausting to be his friend sometimes. Exactly. There we go. So I'm seeing it from Harry's standpoint. You're absolutely seeing it from Ron and Hermione's, which is great. Which is better for Harry. So I appreciate that. The T stands for troll. Got me laughing hard first time I read it, and now it just reminds me of the trolls in The Hobbit. Oh yes, of course, the Stone Dudes. I like the Hobbit movies, guys. I really do. And I mentioned it before, but I'm in like a compilation that's... I'm in a mashup, I should say, that someone did. I want to get their name right. I'm in the trailer for it as well, which is awesome. And I'm in the mashup a lot as well, which is very kind of them. It's a mashup where it's not all the actors on the screen all the time. It's like really carefully edited them all together, and they're really satisfying watch, guys. Mix and match. There we go. Yeah, I highly recommend the Hobbit reaction mashups, and you'll see Muggins here quite a lot. Although they didn't include my reaction to Sylvester McCoy showing up from... Oh, no, which I was not expecting. That made me very happy. Oh, that's your comment. Maddie, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Slip. Hey, Veggie. You questioned whether Lucius Malfoy was at Hogwarts with the Marauders. The Daily Prophet article lists he's currently the age of 41. Make what you will of that. It's such a weird sentence that, but you said it perfectly. But yeah, to read it for me is quite weird. Make what you will of that. There we go. So that would mean that he's older then, wouldn't it? Yeah. Older than the Marauders. Yes. Harry recognises Zacharias Smith. Oh, hang on, I've just skipped an entire paragraph. I think it's actually quite sad that Trelawney herself does not remember her own prophecies and is therefore convinced that she is a fraud. It's actually quite sad that Trelawney herself does not remember her own prophecies and therefore convinced that she's a fraud. Is she convinced that she's a fraud? That's a very interesting point. But you're right though, the fact that she doesn't. We've had one of her outbursts. Of course we have. Yes, of course we have. Yes. That is frustrating, isn't it? And Harry, I guess, could tell her, but he's not the biggest fan of having conversations with her, really, is she? For good reason. Harry recognises Zacharias Smith as being a member of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team that Cedric captained in the third book. He is very unpleasant towards Harry and is very keen to know how and why Cedric died. Yeah, I feel it's confrontational, and I think it's all tantamount of accusatory. Oh, balls, I just remember that my brother asked me what I thought about Cheltenham recently, and I didn't reply. In person as well. I just didn't reply, so I'll message him later on. I've only been there briefly. It's quite posh. They had a nice jewels there, where I got a gilet. But they have a health food shop. It's one of these health food shops, which is, it may be called health food shop actually. It's like the big health food shops in America. What are they called? Whatever that is, there's one of them in Cheltenham, and so once my mother and I went there to get a bunch of vegan stuff. It's quite a drive, but it was nice though. It's nice enough. Whole Foods? Is that what it's called? It might be. I can't remember. Anyway, back to the comic. While Cho might not hate Harry for surviving when Cedric did not, I think Zachariah does. You could even interpret Zachariah as being another character who had romantic feelings for Cedric. Oh, now that is something which I did not pick up on. Maybe. Yeah, I gotta say, that is a new one on me, but that is, oh. I don't usually read the follow-up comment, but Gugu has written there that the Marauders would be roughly 36 at this point, so there would have been overlap. Interesting. Potentially. Anyways, then, great comment, great appreciated, and that's certainly thought-provoking regarding Zacharias. Cut. Carrie, sorry. Carrie, sorry. I mentioned Carl. My eyes messed up there. Carrie. Hi, Veggie. This is my first time being part of the book club. So exciting. You're very welcome, Carrie. Nice to see you here. I love... I'm so sorry for getting your name wrong at the first time. That's terrible. Then again, I get everyone's name wrong at the first time, don't I? I loved... McGonagall telling Umbridge she doesn't let people talk while she is talking. Wish we got that scene in the movie. Yeah, the equivalent that we get is the staircase scene, which is very GCSE drama in my opinion. I like it. I do like it. And McGonagall just isn't. It just like I said, she has no teeth in it. Ginny imitation of Umbridge scared me when I first heard it in the audiobook. Oh my goodness, I bet. I was like, oh no, she's here. That is actually a very good point. I don't think I did, bizarrely. Or maybe I did. That is an excellent point though, jeez. Ginny's scaring everyone. I wasn't a fan of the list when I had only since in the movie. It seemed silly to make a list like Ernie had said, but I do trust Hermione, and of course I would have likely signed it too. Yeah, the movie scene doesn't have any explanation of it, and so it seems like, okay, it's this bunch of kids get together, and now all of a sudden, I mean, the fact that they're queued up in a line as well, it felt very stupid. Just have them round the table, signing it, taking it in turns to sign. Don't have them queued up, you know, that seemed odd. In the pub as well. Very odd. And also, they seem to be like a side room, don't they, in the movie? Whereas in the book, they are like right there, aren't they? Next to the barman and everything. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. I loved how you figuring out that Ginny is able to talk in front of him now that she has a boyfriend, even if his head's still in the clouds with Cho. Well, that's the thing, because we've had it where Harry does really struggle to speak with Cho and everything, and so he understands what that feeling is now. So yeah, that's a great observation. Carrie, thank you so much for your comment. Sorry for calling you Carl when I first saw your name, but yeah, I hope to see you back next time as well. Great first comment. Yogo! I apologise for saying your name wrong. Hi, Veggie. Veggoozle, I should say. Call me what you want. I won't translate my name because you are trying to avoid profanity and a potential translation of it could be. Oh, really? Oh my goodness. Harry was arrogant enough to wonder why he was passed over as a prefect when he has such poor self-control. He landed himself yet another week plus a day of detention with Umbridge. I actually wonder what his point. I actually wonder at this point if he has a subconscious pain kink. Oh my goodness, he has yet to fully realise. Well, I will say this, I don't think that's what the author was going for, but maybe. Oh god, guys, imagine if this book ends with Harry and Umbridge smooching. Is that a ship that exists? I bet it is. I don't think there really should be ships between students and professors, guys, but you know what? The internet's the internet. And also, one of my teachers ran away with one of the students, so when she was of age. But it's still not, well, it's still illegal. No, it's not technically illegal, but it's essentially grooming, isn't it? Oh, God. Anyway, it's certainly freaking unprofessional. Anyway, let's move on from that. Yes, I'm sure I brought that before, guys, but one of my art teachers, all my art, I definitely brought this up before, the fact that my art class was definitely the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Just avoided an absolute psychopath when I started school. My first art teacher there ran off with one of the students. Second one was in a class completely drunk out of her face, and we never saw her again, surprisingly. I don't say that with joy, guys. I feel sorry for her, obviously, but she was absolutely off her head. And the third one, she was fine. She just would never look at anyone in the face. Probably a nerves thing. Anyway, fun times with Veggie. That's what I should call these videos. I actually wonder. Okay, so let's move past that. but my smoke is. But my smoke is for Hermione this time. Oh, your smoke? Oh my goodness. Here is where I first realised just how manipulative she can be. She played Harry like a fiddle, I love that term, and applied to his ego to help get him to agree to the lessons. And she is not doing Harry any favours by feeding into his burgeoning, I have absolutely no idea, ego at this point. It may serve him very badly later. I don't know if that's a particular reference to anything. When she claimed that Victor Crumb wrote to her that Harry knew how to do stuff he didn't. That was an obvious lie. If you look back to Goblet, and more proof that more proof that the spectators couldn't see anything that happened in the second and third tasks if Hermione thought this lie was credible. I don't know what you're getting at, Go-Go. I'm afraid I need it more explained clearer, but apparently there's an inconsistency, which means that Hermione must have been lying. When you look back to the task from Krumm's perspective, okay, here we go. Krumm saw Harry performing a grand total of 1 spell during the entire Triwizard Tournament. A simple summoning spell during the first task. It may be stuff that Krumm says from hearing it from other people. It's not necessarily just what Krumm saw firsthand, maybe. Not exactly something beyond someone who can particularly transfigure his own head into a shark. Well, he meant it himself into a full shark. He actually messed up the spell, didn't he? But I think he may have also heard about the Patronus being used previously, maybe. She is also fishing, ironically, to see how jealous Ron gets by invoking Krumm's name in a shameless lie to Harry in front of both of them. Ron made me curious about fire whiskey too. Yeah, I'd imagine it's going to be some sort of like cinnamon like shots sort of thing. You think that it was done to provoke jealousy from Ron? I think that Hermione can't stand Ron's reaction when she brings him up. That's my interpretation of it. Very interesting. Very interesting. Hearing your take on that. I must admit though, Gugu, thank you so much for your comments. Always appreciated. Florent. Hey Veggie, I really like Ron and Hermione returning to the returning the stuff Harry said. Okay, my brain's clearly melting here, guys. I really liked Ron and Hermione returning the stuff Harry said to them back to him. I really liked Ron and Hermione returning the stuff Harry said to them back to him. Suddenly, oh, the stuff Harry has done. I think that might be what you're saying. Suddenly, it is only luck. What do you think about their preparations for their own Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I do. I really appreciate that as well. And the fact that they're actually laughing at Harry is what I do like before Harry actually snaps again. I don't really have any thoughts about their preparation for the Defense Against Dark Arts yet. I think feel like we need to get to the first actual meeting first before I can give thoughts on that. I think Hermione was quite reckless. If Zacharias Smith came just because he heard her talking to someone about it, they could have been a sneaky Slytherin listening in as well. I completely agree, Florent. That is true. It's not exactly out of character for Hermione, I feel like. But it was reckless, so I completely agree. And she could hardly say no at that point, could she? Maria. Hi, Veggie. Just a few short notes this time for these chapters. Appreciate it. I love Susan Bones. Corporal Patronus is a great phrase. I also have to give a shout out to Luna and her helipaths. Yes. You just get the feeling that some things are going to be confirmed, that Luna is right. I mean, obviously the Fistrals and everything are going to be, but she hasn't really brought them up to anyone, has she? That's actually very true. She hasn't like said, yeah, I go and see the horses all the time, Robbie. Yeah. It's actually, yeah, I'm surprised that scene hasn't happened yet in the book here, guys, because we're getting quite past it now. The image of the wriggling, disembodied mouse tail is really gross. Yeah, it's horrible. However, it implies that the disappearing mouse is alive, so that's good. Yeah, that's something. Yeah, because we were discussing it last time. Exactly what happens with these things. Fred and George are actually quite scary at times. If all our characters were in some kind of gang, there'd be the enforcers for sure. Well, that's their role in Quidditch, essentially, isn't it? Really. So yeah, I I see it as well. I see Fred and George being quite scary. If I was at school and I knew that there were these older kids, I would have been intimidated by that. We who were like that, I should say. We hear that Lucius is 41, Sirius and Lupin are 35, 36. So they would have overlapped at school for a year or two. There we go. Thank you, Maria. I'm glad that we've had that confirmed now. I remember being so invested in all the teen romantic relationships when I was a kid. It was like my version of a gossip magazine. Oh, that's very cute. I appreciate that. That's very nice. What do you think of Ginny and Michael Corner? Yeah, it felt like out of nowhere, and I feel like that was the point. To Ron and Harry, it's like, oh, okay, there's this whole thing that's going on since last year, and we didn't know about it. I appreciate it. Also, Harry's line about Ginny is great, so that's why she talks now. Yeah, exactly, and I feel like that is because he can relate that back to his pauses when trying to speak with Cho. Maria, great comment, greatly appreciated as always. Ilanabu. Hi, Veggie. You see, I do not generally permit people to talk when I'm talking, as Jim Dale says. You see, I do not generally permit people to talk when I am talking. Oh, really? Okay, I need to listen to that. That sounds awesome. Such a great line from Minerva. Haha. This line always makes me straighten up where I sit as if I'm in class. Well, it's a great moment. It was a very satisfying moment as well. It really was. This is the point of this is the point in the Harry Potter books where I noticed Ginny being so much more talkative. Yeah, and like quite a funny character as well. And I love that we get so much more of her in the books. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, because when checking out the movies, people are saying, hey, Veggie, Ginny is awesome in the books, and it looks like we're finally getting to it. To more of her, I should say. She really is has a funny personality, and she often reminds me of a mix of Fred and Gore. Oh, Gred and Ford. There we go. Fred and George, of course, with her little jokes. Yeah, I definitely see that too. Bill with how much down to earth and cool she is, and Molly with keeping people in line. I wonder if she too can resemble a saber-toothed tiger. Maybe. I mean, I didn't see it yet, but like I say, it seems like we've got a lot of Ginnies yet to come, guys, which I'm really looking forward to, because you know, it's been a long time since I heard how good she is in the books when she gets going. I also must say that I love the inner dialogue Harry has during these chapters. How he is slowly liking the idea of teaching that seemed insane to him earlier. And how cute it is when he thought he would just be teaching Hermione and Ron, and when they say it should be more than he doesn't believe anyone would want a lesson from a nutter. Exactly, great term. Only for him going back to accept the idea. Oh, absolutely, yeah, he's all on board now. Let's hope Fred and George never use that lethal-looking instrument on Zachariah Smith. Yeah, because I guess we'll never know. Since they are not fuzzy on where they could stick it. Well, quite, yes. Like, it's quite obvious where they implied it. Always makes me laugh. Yes, it's an amazing line. Zach really did come across as annoying to me, but might be Jim Dale's excellent delivery. Oh, interesting. Okay, I need to check this out. Pat Woozle for me. I can't do it right now, but I will later. See you two next book club. I hope to see you back as well, Ellen Boo. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for your comment. VEGGIEKNIGHTS. Greetings to you both, Veggie and Woozle. I had a thought about Percy whilst listening to your book review of the last chapter. Some of the other comments about Percy and then your response to them brought to mind another quote from Harry, and I think that Percy seems to be more of what is easy for his career ambition than what is right. A few random thoughts from me about the chapters. I see. Yeah, the Dumbledore thing about doing the harder thing. It's my first swig of my drink, guys. I've been doing a book review for an hour, a book club for an hour and a quarter. Chapter 15. Lucius Malfoy is reportedly 41 years old, means that he was born in either 1953 or 1984. In contrary, James and Lily were born in 1960, so Lucius would have been about 5 or 6 years ahead of them. And Snape. And Snape! In school, of course, yes. I don't understand the reason behind having three fail grades: Poor, Dreadful, and Troll. I think that Troll might be a joke, guys. I think the friend George made that up. Yeah, I feel like it's Poor and Dreadful. So I feel like having two is basically you could have passed and also you're nowhere near passing. Whereas Troll, I think, was a joke. I could be wrong though. That was my interpretation of it. Chapter 16. I really appreciate Sirius worrying about Harry in the Goblet of Fire, as a parent should be. Now it seems like Harry is taking a prominent role and worrying about Sirius, a parental role, and worrying about Sirius, which makes him really sad for Harry. Yeah, it's true. It's which you gotta respect Harry. I mean, yeah. He Sirius Black, despite the fact that he loves him and everything, guys, is a massive stress on Harry's head, and he's obviously got enough of those, literally. Harry is really sweet and also hilarious with his crush on Cho. Absolutely. Thanks again for all your hard work. Thank you so much, Magic Cat. That's very, very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for your comment. How we doing? I really never understood why Harry always falls for Umbridge's trap. Like Harry just hold your tongue, man. Yeah, I don't think he. I think he's trying. I think he wants Umbridge to understand that he doesn't care that he's getting detention. That's my interpretation of it. But yeah, it's certainly frustrating a lot of you guys. It's very interesting. I know it can probably be difficult, but you know you're going to get in trouble, and she is clearly baiting him. I'm here saying this as an adult, but I read these books for the first time when I was a teenager, and I felt the exact same way. Very interesting. I'll say this though, how are we doing? I do feel like there are some times where Harry is speaking up and getting detentions where Umbridge actually isn't provoking him. With the Hagrid situation, I don't even know if Harry's relationship with Hagrid is even known by the Ministry. And so, yeah, I don't think that one was intentional. I don't think that she was baiting him, I should say. But I could be wrong. Maybe we're just very different, Harry and myself, very possibly. Maybe it has something to do with him and Voldemort's connection seemingly making him angry. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Well, that's what they say in the movie, isn't it? I wonder then if you do see yourself more like Hermione then, potentially, or Ron. I mean, Ron. I don't think Ron in any situation would be getting detention at this rate. I can't imagine a situation anyway. Chapter 16. What a wonderful chapter this is. What seems like the first sign of hope in beating this new regime. Zacharias Smith, I understand, is probably just trying to really understand what happened Harry's perspective or whatever, but I just want to be like shut up guy every time I read this chapter. Well, luckily Ron says it for you, doesn't he? He doesn't call him a tosspot though. Jeez. Also, why the heck is the Hogs Head so darn dirty? I mean, you're got magic, right? The only thing I can really think, if you're a wizard and just have a lazy slob nature, to you are just not good at the type of magic. I think there are definitely going to be some very, very lazy, not lazy, but maybe lazy, maybe down to depression and everything like this. Mental health would definitely be a thing in the wizarding world as well, guys. And so I do feel like there would be some people living in mess and potentially working in mess, you know, because I presume that's the landlord that's there. The fact that magic could be used to it is significant as well. Also, I do feel like, much like Nocturne Alley, there is maybe it's meant to be like a tradition sort of thing of the messier, dirtier, darker places being a breathing ground for dark wizards, potentially. So I think that it could be a tradition of some sorts, you know? Potentially, maybe. Great comment though. Yes, great comment. How are we doing? Thanks so much for making it as always. Danny. Hello, Veggie. Hello, Woozle. If she hasn't had a treat yet this book club, I believe she deserves one. I've got these biscuits, but she hasn't been having these though. She finds them boring. I'll give her a treat later on if that's okay. She's just recently had a breakfast actually, so. Again, giving little behind the curtains, giving my secrets away there. I don't have much else to say that other people haven't already touched on. I missed the last book club and just wanted to be included in this one. I appreciate that, Danny, and I appreciate you checking out the other comments as well. It's certainly not a necessity, but it does make things a little easier though. So if anyone brings up Lucius's age again now, I'll just go past that because obviously we've addressed that a couple of times now. But no, I appreciate you doing that though. But again, if you're someone else watching this, don't feel like you have to read every single comment, because I understand, particularly for me, that would be a large task. A minor question though, were you surprised when Victor Crumb was mentioned again? Yeah, it was like out of nowhere, it really was. The movie pretends he doesn't exist after a Goblet of Fire, but clearly Hermione is still in touch with him. Do you think this comes into play elsewhere later in the series? Oh, I've absolutely no idea. I presume that he will be brought up again, but I guess that in the movie they really didn't want to, like, suggest any sort of love triangle thing as they start to now potentially tease a Hermione and Ron relationship. But yeah, I appreciate his name getting brought up again, definitely. I can't wait for the rest of the book. We're really getting into the major differences now. Have a lovely day. Oh, that's great, because weirdly enough, these chapters that we cover today are fairly well represented in the movies, and so I'm looking forward to more differences. Sorry, just editing later on to add that I finally finished watching the previous book club, and you mentioned this month was your birthday month. So happy birthday, Veggie! Thank you so much, Danny. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Like I say, I plan on getting that watch on potentially Wednesday. Although Wednesday's going to be a busy day because it's Has-Been Hotel. Oh, and it's Monday today, guys. My goodness. Which means I probably need to try and do... Oh, I don't like putting Angel and Buffy off. I really don't. But I need to get the Avatar edit out. So that might be tomorrow. Then Has-Been Hotel on Wednesday. My goodness, guys. I have been busy these last couple of weeks. But that Has-Been Hotel video, which I put out a couple of days ago, did really well. So I need to get on that. I don't know if I'll do all 3 episodes in one. I shouldn't. But either way, I need to do quite a lot tomorrow. It seems like. Yeah. It's rare that I try to set out my weeks, guys, but there is so much going on at the moment that I'm really having to. I reacted to Superman on the Patreon like weeks ago, guys. I haven't even started the edit to that yet. That was great, by the way. I'm also putting out little extra synced up reactions, movie reactions, guys. So the movie reactions that we're doing now are synced up already, so you don't need to use your own copy. We're using Streamable. And I'm doing the backlog as well. And so I got a surprise one to post for you patrons very, very soon. It's the only anime that I have done a reaction to. And I reacted to it years ago, but I never put out a YouTube edit to it because anime. So yeah, look out for that. But it's a very popular anime movie which I had not seen before. And in the video, I got a bandage here because I cut my I fell over and cut my head, as I remember. Good days, good days. Okay, I'm really messing up. Did I? Oh yes. Okay, yeah. That was the end of that. Danny, thank you so much for your comment. Axel. For Woozle's eyes only. Oh my goodness. Skipping it then. Right now. Hello, Veggie. Chapter. Very nice Ginny impression there. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 15. Is it just me, or is Umbridge only supervising classes that Harry is in? Well, she did Flitwick's class with Fred and George. So yeah, I think it's more coincidence, really. She could have been in any divination, transfiguration, or care for magical creatures class, but she is always in Harry's. Oh, I see. So she would. So of course Harry would have been in that anyway. Yeah, that's yeah. It seems like very possibly. I do feel like it also could just be a crazy coincidence, but it is quite a coincidence, isn't it? I think she is definitely trying to get a ride out of him. Oh, I like that term. Chapter 16. I love Fred and George defending Harry during the meeting, and backing up Ron as well. To be fair, I've criticised them in the past for not doing so, but they're basically backing up what Ron is saying, aren't they? But what possessed Stephen Fry to give Susan Bones such an annoying voice? I know, it's grating, isn't it? And it's almost not that it's an annoying voice. It's almost an insulting voice. I feel like it's making a mockery of a character. You mentioned Fry's Tonks voice before. Tonks voice. Well, I'll be honest, I'd completely forgotten about that. My goodness, yes. But I think Susan Bones is much worse. Oh, absolutely no. Yeah, if Susan Bones becomes like a regular character that's going to be having lots of dialogue in the future, that is going to be painful. The Tonks thing just takes me out of the scene every single time. But Susan, it's brutal. It's a stupid comedy voice in my opinion. That's all from me. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much, Axel. And I appreciate someone else brought up Fry's voice as well regarding that, because it's difficult. Dot. What's up, V and W? I like it. I like it. Chapter 15. Umbridge is awful, but Harry really needs to stop making it easy for her. That's fair. He's not exactly subtle, is he? Interesting info that Trelawney has been at Hogwarts for nearly 16 years. Harry turns 15 15 months prior. Coincidence? Maybe not. Wow, Jolt. I mean, that wouldn't... Because presumably there was a previous teacher in that role. So did Dumbledore get rid of them to install Trelawney? I don't know if that's likely, but it could be a coincidence. That's a very good question. I swear that McGonagall reads like Maggie Smith's portrayal in the book more than previous books. Maybe it's because she has more opportunities to be quick-witted and terse with Umbridge. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the best part of these chapters. That the McGonagall moment. I don't usually say what my favourite moment from the chapter is, guys, but that was so satisfying though, and the fact that they appear to exchange smiles at the end with Harry, I should say. Chapter 16. Now, the Hogs Head is certainly interesting. Harry doesn't seem to realise who the barkeep reminds him of. Let's review that description again. Okay, he was a grumpy-looking old man with a great deal of long grey hair and beard. He was tall and thin and looked vaguely familiar to Harry. Any thoughts on that? Good. Oh, unless it's a Death Eater, maybe, from Goblets. I didn't think about that, maybe. It's vaguely familiar. I don't know. I'm honestly not sure. That's very interesting, Jolt. Let's move on, though. Butterbeers are 2 sickles each, according to Google, and in the mid-90s, a beer was something like £1 or £2 in a pub. Jeez, £1? That feels like 70s prices. Oh no, 70s prices would be like 25p, wouldn't it? Yeah. I say it because I watch all the sitcoms, guys. For simplicity, let's assume that a sickle is worth £1. That is 17 sickles to a galleon. So Harry's wand costs about 130 pounds, 7 galleons, and a firebolt five grand. And the Triwizard Prize was 17k, which is insane to give to a kid, even if they win it or not. And I see that it's a nurse thing has broken down things as well. Well, that's very, very interesting. I mean, a lot of that scans, but the 17 grand going to a school kid is insane. Joel, thank you so much for your comment. Natasha. Hi, Veggie. 1. I really like how the book shows the way the media can shape public opinion. In this chapter, we see the first clear example of that. The paper talks about a witch who speaks in support of Dumbledore, but right after that, they add that she has alleged links to subversive goblin groups. Yeah, when it was quoting Bones, I was actually really surprised, but then it was like, oh, okay, so that qualifies that then. So yeah, that was a very interesting moment there. Yeah, you're right. Recently, guys, I've listened to some like talk shows and everything. I don't listen to them often, guys, because they drive me nuts. But very often, the journalist that hosts them criticize, like, says, why are you talking about this subject and not this subject? Well, they're the host. They can talk about that subject all they wanted, but they're not. They're still using that as a anyway. It drives me nuts. I should just stop listening to it. Just start listening to happy podcasts. That's what I'll probably start doing. It's a powerful kind of manipulation. They present someone's opinion and then immediately discredit the source. Absolutely. They don't need any proof. Just word allege. Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Or reportedly. It is enough to make everything she says seem negative and false in the reader's mind. As a result, the reader forms a clear chain of logic. Only criminals and outcasts support Dumbledore. That's how the media can shape what people think about certain things. Yeah, that is unfortunately in the UK really happening a lot, guys. I'm not going to get into it, but it's plain as the nose in your face the fact that certain things are being reported more than other things, and you know, if it's being done on purpose or not, it's obviously going to make certain people fearful, certain types of people. It just naturally is. And so, yeah. It's all going to end badly. Anyway. 2. As a proper Ron and Hermione shipper. I love their communication in the books. The film really did them dirty. Their relationship just pops up out of nowhere, and there's zero tension and chemistry. I feel like, for whatever reason, I picked up on something fairly early, and I can't think what it was. I didn't watch my reactions for years to Harry Potter, guys. I really should, actually. But yeah, there's certainly much more in the book, so and I'm enjoying it each time it pops in. I really am. And a lot of things were done dirty regarding the book when it comes to the movies, unfortunately. Particularly with those two, in fact. In general. No wonder people who've only seen the films keep saying Hermione should have been with Harry. Yeah, but we don't know if Harry is interested in Hermione. And we talked about this last time, Natasha, so I'm guessing that's why you're bringing it up. It's such an odd thing, and I believe that even the author has said that as well now. It's all like, well, okay, I don't see any fact that the way that Harry talks to Hermione half the time, I don't see there being any warmth at all there. There's certainly no jealousy regarding Crumb and everything. So it just feels like it's pulled out of nowhere, you know. This whole Hermione should have been with Harry. Well, is that Hermione's sole choice? Is it? Does she have the pick of the litter? I thought Hermione was not. Anyway, let's not get into that. So it's so odd. I don't see Harry and... I'm not... If you're into Harry and Hermione as a ship, guys, that's great. Any ship's fine. You know, as long as you're not hurting anyone, it doesn't matter. I really like that. But going on the source material, I don't see it. I don't see it in the slightest. Anyway. And you don't need to, you know. I personally don't see Draco and Hermione. I know that is a very popular ship. And I would never want to, you know, suggest that people shouldn't have those sorts of thoughts in it. But yeah, Hermione should have chosen Harry. It's like, okay, fine. Does Harry have any say in this? Is that something in the Wizarding World that I don't know about? Is that if Hermione just decides that she's going to have relationships on, it's going to happen? Anyway. What a strange rant I just had. Anyway, come on, let's get on with this. This has been on my desk for years. I need to get rid of this. One of these hooks you put up on the on these things. Little handle. Very retro. Alright, come on. We are over an hour and a half into the book club. And if you support Hermione and Harry, Natasha, which I don't think you do. No, because you say Ron and Hermione. Yeah, that whole thing of Hermione should have chosen Harry. It feels very odd. It feels like an odd thing to say, you know. Because, like, just... Anyway, come on. You've said your piece, Veggie, move on. But in the books, there are so many little moments between the lines. The way they get jealous, how they communicate silently just with a glance, and how Harry sometimes notices it. You can tell they talk and connect even when he's not around. I love them so much. Brilliant. I'm really looking forward to more of them, because the ones that we've had already are absolutely charming, guys. Also, you know what, guys? This whole Hermione should be with Harry thing. It's a bit cynical, right? You know. I've realised what bothers me about it, guys, and I'm going to say this. Shoot me down. Just shoot me down if I'm wrong, guys. What those people are saying is that Hermione should have chosen the rich, successful guy who's a hero. That's what they're saying, isn't it? Because they're friends. There's no affection between Harry and Hermione at all between the lines. And so are they saying that even if Hermione had affections for Ron, she should have chosen the rich guy? That's, I feel like, is actually what they're saying. The rich guy who's the famous rich guy. Essentially, what Rita Skeeter suggested she was trying to do. I'm a terrible person, aren't I, guys? That is what I feel when I hear people say And that's not like it's not like I hear it every day or anything, guys. But whenever I see or hear the whole idea of Hermione should be with Harry, or should have chosen Harry, which is no way I've heard it being said, that's essentially what they're saying, isn't it? What a depressing look on what is a brilliant character. She should have chosen the sex. I wasn't going to say that. I was not going to say that. I was just going to say successful. Okay, it almost said I was going to say something different. I was going to say she should have chosen the sexy one. She should have chosen the success. I'm going to get kicked off YouTube. Hermione should have chosen the successful, rich celebrity. What a fun reading of these characters those people must have, guys. And if you have that, guys, please shoot me down, because I most probably just really misinterpreted your take on it. So please let me know if I am wrong there. But that is what I hear when I hear the whole thing of Hermione should be with Harry. Oh God, that is genuinely what I hear, guys. And, yeah. I wish I didn't. So Josh, she should have chosen the sexy one. Oh, for God's sake! Right, Josh, let's bring us back online, Josh. I'll speak on Ginny, or more specifically, Harry's full relationship that she talks around. Realization that she talks around him now. It's always interesting when his general thoughts and observations are about Ginny. He notices her. That is a consistent, recurring pattern since the first book. Okay, I need to read that again. It's always interesting when his general thoughts and observations are about Ginny. He notices her. This is a consistent. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. It's also so cool. Now, Hermione and Ginny have a close relationship that we, stuck with Harry's point of view, only get in these small little glimpses about. Then, of course, Ron's reaction to the same information is hilarious. Yeah, absolutely. Ron's, like I say, Stephen Fry sounds like Sirius Black in that scene during Ron's lines. Yeah, the Hermione and Ginny thing. I remember it's in one of the later movies, and I remember just thinking, oh yeah, I guess they would be friends. But yeah, that didn't dawn on me at all though. Earlier on though in the movies, so it's nice to see it so early here. And Ginny being able to, and also Hermione's knowledge of Luna Lovegood as well. It's like, you know, she really does. This is why a Hermione specific book, from her perspective, would be absolutely fascinating, guys. It really would. It really would. Because then we can hear about her choosing the sexy one. Okay, Josh, if you're reading this comment out of context, you probably want to check the previous comment as well, because that'll explain what I meant by that. And Ginny being able to imitate Umbridge's forced cough is so well, it breaks the tension in the meet up in the Hogs Head. It's just gold. Yeah, it's when Hermione and Luna are at each other's throats, isn't it? I thought it wasn't intentional at first, but it definitely was intentional, isn't it? Which is great, guys. It shows that Ginny is definitely her friend and George's sister, at least. Josh, thank you so much for your comment. Let's move on. Stephen. Hey, Veggie. This chapter and the last both do a really good job. This chapter and the last do a really good job during the classes of explaining the process behind the magic. In this one, for example, we learn that vanishing invertebrates is more difficult because of how complex an organism they are. We also find out how truly unpleasant Umbridge is in the book. Perfect casting for the movie. Oh, absolutely. But I swear, again, Stephen, if you're reading this out of context afterwards, I talk about who definitely needs to play her in the series. Because my goodness, she's perfect for it. She's absolutely perfect for it. Stephen, I don't know if you've seen The Thick of It, but Terry on The Thick of It, she would be absolutely brilliant as Umbridge. She really would. She would. She'd be absolutely brilliant, guys. we also learn a bit about the media landscape in the Wizarding world, pardon me, with the Daily Prophet being politically influenced as well as the Quibbler essentially being fake news and clickbait. I don't know if fake news is correct. Clickbait I definitely agree with. From what we learn from Luna, yeah. Now obviously Luna does believe what she says. I fully believe that Luna says what she says. It's my interpretation that the average Quibbler reader is like I think it was called I doubt it's still around, but a newspaper called the Daily Sport in the UK, which was essentially boobs and funny stories, and you know, funny takes on stories, you know, and so often there'd be like women abducted by UFOs and that sort of thing on the front page, you know, that sort of thing. I think that was the Sport. Or was this the Star? No, I think it was it was the Sport. It was. So that's what I've always associated the Quibbler for. I think that Luna believes it, but I think that the vast majority of the readers have been reading the Daily Prophet, just get really down and think, oh, you know what, I'm just going to read a light-hearted rag and choose the Quibbler instead. That's my take on it. I could be wrong. So when it comes to fake news, I feel like that is something which is actually affecting papers like the Daily Prophet a lot more, because the Quibbler never really suggested it was anything but fake, you know, if that makes any sense. Clickbait, though, I completely agree. Did you hear that Matt Berry is voicing Sir Cadogan in the full cast of the audiobooks? Well, that just syncs up, doesn't it? It really does. Another example of perfect casting, in my opinion. Yeah, Matt Berry's on so much now, guys. It's weird because I still associate him with from being in Dark Place. Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, which is great, guys. I think it's like 6 episodes, and I'm kind of glad that they didn't do any more because I feel like it would have got a little bit repetitive. But you check out Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. It is very silly. It's got some violence in it, guys. It's got some blood in it. I'll warn you there. And it's meant to be like a horror show. It's like meant to be like a 1980s like sci-fi horror show. But it's a comedy, and it's also done from a mockumentary. So it has all the cast now talking about, you know, the show and being on the show and everything. I highly recommend it. It's not that well known, Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, but it's worth checking out. It's very silly. Like I say, there's some horrible bits in there. Lots of famous faces show up, and Matt Berry is one of the main characters on it. I remember he replaced... I don't like the IT crowd, guys. I liked it early on, and then by the end, I thought it was awful. Although the Workday Out one episode is excellent, with noting, you know, I think that whenever you watch that episode now, it puts a thing up saying that views and times have changed regarding certain jokes and everything on it. But yeah, I know Matt Berry replaced the guy from The Day Today. I mean, I do feel like he's great in Dark Place. I feel like I need to see more of him in, because I do feel like he's in so much, isn't he, now? But him playing Sir Cadogan, I mean, that syncs up completely, right? He just walks through like this. I can't do a Matt Berry impression. But yes, if you haven't seen it, Stephen, check out Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Like I say, it's not that well known. It has a bit of a cult following, but I'd say at least the first 2 episodes are fantastic, and the rest are good. But you do feel like if they did any more, it'd be a bit much, because it is kind of it's a parody comedy, you know. But it's definitely worth checking out. Anyway, Stephen, thank you so much for your comment. I did finish it, didn't I? I did. H. I'm not surprised at all. Oh, sorry. Hi, Veggie. I'm not surprised at all that it's difficult for Harry to control his emotions regarding Umbridge. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, okay, let's see how you put it. He's been through trauma again, and now a lot of people are trying to discredit what happened, and by doing that, accusing Harry of lying about how another student died. That would be a bad thing to be accused of. The accusation came from a single person, but in this instant, the whole ministry trying to ruin his reputation unfairly. Yeah, exactly. He's basically fighting back against the thing which is absolutely pummeling him right now, so it makes sense. It's not exactly a small, meaningless thing he's being accused of. Yeah, I agree with you there, H. As we know, Harry can lose control of his temper. Just look at him shouting at Ron and Hermione, which has already really been a thing before. Hadn't really been a thing before this, but yeah, not on the level of this, absolutely not. So it's not exactly weird that Umbridge brings this out of him. It's easier for others to be a bit more zen about it. To him, it's really personal. Yeah, well, I think from Ron and Hermione's standpoint, it's like they wish that Harry would stop being his own worst enemy, but I feel like they can understand why he's doing it. Hopefully, him sometimes shouting back to Umbridge, a bit can at least be a bit inspirational to people. Well, there's that as well. Sometimes you need people to stand up for what's right, like that. Well, Snape in Lupin's class, for example, absolutely. Oh, and I love McGonagall during the inspection. She's so good. Yeah, that's just glorious. It really was. Thanks so much for your comment, H. I probably need to have a quick break because we're coming up on 2 hours. I feel like we still got a lot to go. Like I say, guys, there are quite a few long comments today. So that's where we were. That's where we are. Yeah, you see there's a bunch of chunky ones. I'm going to do a quick count and have a quick break, guys, and then we're going to get right back to it. Madikuma! Last time I actually said I disagree with the other comments about Pansy, but that's okay. I'm sorry, Madikuma, you know what I'm like. I was interested to see that people were bringing it up at least. Let's say I dreamed I was drowning Snape in my cauldron. That's amazing. It is amazing. I agree. The movie montage of Umbridge inspecting the teachers is great. I would have loved to see McGonagall's inspection though. Yeah. It's putting over Umbridge. The purpose of that sequence is to put Umbridge over, and so I don't think we would have seen that because McGonagall basically gives as good as she gets in the book version. It always bugs me that the Merlap essence can't just be magicked back into the bowl, or also. I also find it odd that Hermione would be scared to say Voldemort's name since she wasn't raised that way. Yeah, well, we discussed that already, but I think that there are reasons that why she would be. That's my take on it. Regarding the liquid, I don't know. Have we ever seen a magician manipulate water specifically? Now we've had the old umbrella thing in Fantastic Beasts where they use their wands to turn into an umbrella, so that is bending water to an extent, like Avatar, of course. But to do that to a liquid that has seeped into a carpet or into a floor, maybe it's a bit advanced, you know. Because it wouldn't be repair. It wouldn't be reparo, would it? It'd have to be something separate. Anyway, oh no, we're not done yet. I'd never been able to. I'd never be able to finish because yeah, I wouldn't be doing this class. It just feels incredibly cruel to me. Do you think Troll is a real OWL grade? No. I don't. I'm glad you asked that because we had earlier on comments suggesting that it may have been. I do feel like it's Fred and George making it up. And finally, because I feel like Hermione would know about it, but then again, she does get some of the points wrong about it. And finally, what do you think of the students who are joining the Defense Against Dark Arts Club? It would have been nice for there to be a Slytherin, you know, but, you know, it feels like, you know, the more I say it would be nice to have, you know, the Slytherins not to be painted just as pure evil, the more it happens, you know, but I'm glad there's so many puffs there, though. And Madikuma, thank you so much for your comment. Mary. Hi, Veggie. This is my first time commenting in the book club. You're very welcome, Mary. Great to see you here. I've been following since the start. Thank you for the book club and the discussions. Well, I'm glad that you're going to be a part of the discussion, Mary. Also, please give Woozle a scratch from me. I just went and saw actually, but I'll give one for you afterwards. In chapter 15, I don't have much to add other than to say I noticed something for the first time in this reading when Harry was soaking his hand in this scratched soaking his hand, the scratched Crookshanks behind the scratched Crookshanks by here with his left hand. That means Harry must be a lefty. Oh, if he is soaking his right hand, that's so true because he's writing with his left. Or is it the same hand that? No, it is the other hand that appears on. Well, bloomin' Nora. We'll have to look at all the cover arts and everything, make sure he's holding the one with the correct hand then. If he was soaking his hand in the right, that would mean that he was writing with his left. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that holds accurate. What are you doing? Come on in. Are you going to calm down? Hey, doesn't need to finish this monkey. We're making good time. We're just over 4 hours. Does that sound good with you? Woozle noozle. Woozle noozle. You're a very pretty girl. You get so many compliments. She's got a new collar as well, guys. So if you want to check out on my socials. Instagram's the best place for Woozle, but I've also posted it on other platforms as well. Yeah, I think you're right about the hand thing. That is very well observed. In chapter 16, I loved seeing the humility and vulnerability of Harry at the Hogs Head. So many people, students and some staff, seem to feel Harry always wants to be in the spotlight. Well, quite exactly. But the Hogs Head, we can clearly see how uncomfortable he was, and he wasn't quick to accept the credits some of the others tried to give him. So true. I think it's because he knows where this is all going, and he feels like maybe he's not going to be able to do it. He kept saying how much help he had. I appreciate that honesty about him. He could have easily gone a different route, but chose not to. Yeah, that's actually very, very true. But I do feel like it's because him teaching people is something that he's never really had to do before. He's also worried about that, and so he's trying to downplay stuff maybe. Anyway, Mary, great first comment. Thank you so much for making it. Oh yeah, I could give you Woozle that scratch. Aww. What a lucky noodle. And a bat. Good. Right, back to it. Sliverin' Apollo. Great name. Don't read out in the video. Oh. Okay. I don't know what... I don't know... am I okay to read it out? I feel like I should be... Okay. I'm gonna... I can't read out in silence because this is... That's dead air in the video, and I can't have that. Oh, you didn't DM that. I'd love to see the Black Phone film. The Black Phone films. Never even heard of them. Where's my list? I did have a list of stuff which I needed to add to the Black Phone films. The second one in cinema now. Oh, okay, they're new. They're psychological horror films. Oh, okay, brilliant, Sliverin' Apollo. So I don't know if you're going to be listening to this back, but I will add that to the list. There's a few things which I need to add to the list of the next movie poll. And we might be doing Christmas poll again, dear guys. Oh dear me, pardon me. But thank you so much for commenting. It should be there should be a something called chat, I think, on Patreon. I think that's how you DM people. But yeah, thank you so much for your suggestion. no trains. Apart from the one in the icon. Hello, Veggie and Woozle. New member here, and just as you, I also discovered Harry Potter World through the movies last year in my late 20s. No way, no trains. Well, thank you so much for joining and being a part of this as well. Greatly appreciated. I binge watched all your Harry Potter reactions and book reviews in 4 months. That feels fast. It really does. Thank you so much. And got Patreon because I caught up with the book clubs. Nice work. Well, that must have been heavy going. Because you know what, you will have known exactly what I was like. Oh, here we go. Yes. This is exactly what I was about to say. And I won't lie, Prisoner of Azkaban was difficult to watch sometimes, but that was okay. Yeah, I hope you saw, because I put little messages at the top of the comment sections in those saying that I was going through a rough time during that. So I thank you for persisting and getting through, because I think you'll agree that we're back to being better quality now in these videos. So thank you, No Trains. I appreciate you bringing that up. Being from India and not exposed to Western media much, I don't understand anything from your British sitcom WWE tangents, but I love them just because of your enthusiasm. Well, you might know the Great Khali, because I know that the Great Khali in India is, I don't know how much of a big deal he really is, but he's an Indian wrestler, and I believe that over there he is like seen as like this great babyface, you know, which obviously he wasn't generally elsewhere. I'm glad you can put up with my waffle. Now to the comments from this chapters. I don't have much to say. What others haven't already said, but this line sent me on a laughing fit. Nothing wrong with a good LVP. Yeah, the first one to bring that up. That's right, No Trades. Yes, that is so Fred and George. That is pure Fred and George. All person. Fact, in Hindi version, Hufflepuff is called Manatkash. Manatkash. Oh, I got it right. I think I got it right, anyway. Manatkash, which literally means hard working. I really like that. Manatkash, Weasel. Manatkash. Big old boaty. Hey, you can lay down. You're gonna lay down, monkey. Lay down. I'll try and cover you over again. Because it is getting chilly, isn't it? There you go, monkey. Good girl. What a little monkey. Thank you so much, No Trains. Thank you so much for joining the discussion and the Patreon and everything. I really appreciate your comment on Prisoner of Azkaban, guys, because I really was. I essentially could have just ruined the entire show, the entire series with my attitude as I was in those, and so I'm really glad that at least some people were still able to persist through and get back to the happier times. Thank you so much for your comment. Nessie Bobs. Hello to all the potheads. Ron is looking forward to McGonagall going up against Umbridge. Me too. I am going to say Umbridge, but you're right, guys. Drawley is a bit of a fraud, but I still feel sorry about her. I completely agree. The embryonic stage of Dumbledore's army, yay. Yeah, in the movie, it actually says Dumbledore's army at the top and everything, which is very, very cheesy. But I like the fact that it seems to be Hermione who coined the name as well. I like Ron calling Harry stupid. I don't know why. No, it's obviously a jest, isn't it? Like I say, I don't know for what someone this stupid teacher me. Hermione saying Voldemort out loud for the first time. Filch sniffing Harry for signs of dung bombs, I should say. Luna looking like she wandered in by accident. Oh, did it say that? I didn't even pick up on that. That's brilliant. Ron's indignation about Ginny daring to have a boyfriend. No boy is going to be good enough for her. Well, there you go. That's actually a very nice way of putting it about Ron. Harry discovering why Ginny is now talking to him, as she no longer has a crush on him. Yet has given up on him, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, that is an excellent summary of some of the best points for these chapters. Thank you so much. T Phoenix. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Just one short one. Hermione not knowing OWL grades and her asking Fred and George always seems weird to me. Yeah, I agree. Apart from the troll, which I do think is a joke. But she does get other parts of it wrong though. I love the moment when Harry screams at Ron and Hermione. Maybe it's because the exceeds expectation one doesn't really make any sense, because in the same way that Fred and George explain it, and so Hermione probably weirdly corrected it in her head, maybe. To being excellent, maybe. Love the moment when Harry screams at Ron and Hermione and immediately feels guilty. You really feel this as a good child who going through trauma and doesn't know how to handle it. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And the fact that he's now picking up on the fact that he's snapping as well is very important. The barman looking vaguely familiar to Harry. Great line. I won't specifically in this case. Oh, I won't specify in case you don't remember in the movies, but I love this kind of foreshadowing. No, I've absolutely I don't know. Love everything you do here on YouTube. Thank you so much, T Things. That's very kind of you. Greatly appreciated, and thank you so much for your lovely comment. Tony out. Hey Veggie and Woozle. I missed the last couple of book clubs because I had to ban everything fun from my life to get my master's thesis down. My goodness, Tawny, that's amazing. It was an absolute train wreck, so I might get a troll for it. I'm sure you won't go troll for it, but at least I can now catch up with all the book club videos whilst I wait for my grade. Congratulations on getting it completed, Tony. That is, and I love the fact that you shut everything out, everything fun out for that time. You really took it seriously, clearly. So, congratulations. I wonder if any Slytherin students would have been interested in joining Dumbledore's army. I think there would have been. They can't all like Umbridge, guys. That would be insane if they all liked Umbridge. It makes sense that there aren't any at the meeting because Hermione would never approach them, and there don't seem to be many friendships between students of different houses. That is such an excellent point. That's why there aren't any Slytherins there, because they wouldn't have been asked. That's so true. But I just cannot imagine that there are absolutely no Slytherins who believe Harry's story and hate Umbridge, even if it's just one or two of them. No, well, the hate Umbridge thing. So there must be loads of them hate Umbridge. Like, I don't believe that they're all like laughing, like going, "Ha, this is really good that we're having to read a book here, isn't it?" Well, maybe they are. Maybe they are. Anyway, Tawny, great work with the master's thesis. That's amazing, and good luck with the result. But congratulations on just getting it done. Me here. The High Inquisitor article had some clever propaganda. They made it appear more neutral by including the other POV. That's actually very true. More specifically, Marchbank's quote. Where she called it another disgusting attempt to discredit Dumbledore. Oh, I thought that was Bones. Oh, I'm sorry, I've been saying that wrong. Okay, I apologise. But they made sure to discredit her view with the closing line. For a full account of Madame Marchbank's alleged links to subvert goblin groups, turn to page 17. That's more subtle than outright saying Marchbanks is wrong or not including her take on it. I like it. 2. Fred and I should have got an E for everything. For everything, because we exceeded expectations just by turning up to the exams. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. 3. I never realised Trelawney had been teaching at Hogwarts for nearly 16 years, the same age that Harry will be next year. Just a fact I noted. No, absolutely, yeah. We had a comment on that earlier on as well. I do think it's just a coincidence, but you know, maybe there is more to it. 4. Umbridge stunned by Hermione's answer is satisfying, and while it's frustrating, Harry couldn't keep his cool. That's who he is, and I love him for it. I appreciate that take, especially when it results in a sassy line about Quirrell, which was wonderful. 5. Harry could have helped. Couldn't help give McGonagall a faint smile, and could have sworn he'd receive one in return. I love that line. I love Harry and McGonagall's interactions. They respect each other despite their disagreements and differing characters. I think a big reason is that McGonagall is fair and strict to everyone, which builds trust. Umbridge being the common enemy is a great way to build a relationship. Well, yeah, absolutely. My enemy is my friend. 6. I 100% understand Harry's outburst at Ron and Hermione, especially when they're laughing at him, saying saying it was a lot of luck. Not being taken seriously is infuriating. I think they may have misread it. I think that they thought that he may have also been kind of not being completely serious as well, maybe. But it's a great take though. I like that, me here. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 comments to go. Let's get it done so we can get out of here, Woozy. Jonas of the Side Pals. I'm so sorry about the shenanigans with those this time. Hey, Veggie and Woozle. The first chapter is hard to endure, in my opinion. It makes me feel so uncomfortable to first listen to Umbridge and then Harry not being able to control himself. Also, that McGonagall finds out feels like he betrayed her trust for something personal, from the somewhat personal scene they had before, where McGonagall told him to swallow his frustration. It's so true. Yeah, that is a callback, isn't it? I didn't even think about that. The inspection to afterwards with McGonagall and Umbridge is one of my favourite scenes, though. I think she almost shows Harry how to handle situations with Umbridge without snapping. Ugh, I'd say that she's snapping as well, though. The thing is, McGonagall also has the power as well in that scene, but I think that she is. I mean, even Harry's like saying, and she has a go at me for snapping at Umbridge. I hope you have a nice day and can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you so much, Jonas. I hope you enjoyed listening to them. It's pipes. That's an easy one. Okay, I say an easy one. I know what that is, and it's a Halloween special, isn't it, Simon? Yes, pipes is what. So there was a famous one-off show, a live show in the UK called Ghost Watch. It was like 96, 97, I think. 1996, so 1997, I think. And it was played completely straight as this, like, you know, paranormal. We're going to go into this house which has a poltergeist, and we're going to take some footage, and maybe we'll find some spooky stuff and everything. But it's actually staged, and as the night goes on, because it's like it's like an hour and a half, or maybe 2 hours. I think it's an hour and a half. Things escalate, and when the kids would say we're hearing banging in our room at night and everything, the mother would say it's just the pipes, it's just the house pipes. But because of that, the two daughters then start calling the ghost or the poltergeist and everything pipes, and so they say it's pipes, Mum, it's pipes. When they think that they hear something going on. It's very well done, guys. I remember seeing it as a kid, like seeing it like a bit of it and not really getting into it. But watching it now, it's actually very well done. And all the people that are in it are playing themselves. And so you have Michael Parkinson playing it as the TV host and everything, and he's very good in it and everything. And and everyone's very good in it. They're all very, very natural acting as the spooky events start ramping up. And I don't want to spoil anything, guys, but there are some I don't want to spoil it, but there are some very, very, very subtle appearances of pipes. And if you blink, you'll miss them, guys. But it's worth watching and just thinking, is pipes there? And then, like, yeah, very, very subtle moments where you'll like see pipes for like half a second. It's very good. It's worth watching of a Halloween, guys. But it gets you. It surprised me how good it was, actually, when I rewatched it for the first time fairly recently. Anyway, thank you so much for that, Simon. Guess who's back again? Percy, absolutely, and we love him for it. When you list Dumbledore's recent hirings like that, a werewolf, a half giant, and a madman, you can kind of see that the Daily Prophet has a point, at least to anyone who doesn't know the ex-teachers personally. It's true, absolutely. It's absolutely, and Dumbledore has allowed that to happen. Wish we'd got Harry blowing his top in the film when they suggest he teaches the dark arts. Depends on the dark arts, I'm guessing you mean. It's much better seen in the book and emotionally impactful for Harry's character. Oh, absolutely, it really is. If Ron keeps jumping to sit on the fence to avoid conflict, he's going to get an awful splinters up his butt. Much like a Zacharias. Ignore me. Love the reintroduction of Crumb and Ron's reaction. Hermione knows exactly what she's doing when doing there to wind Ron up. Yeah, I didn't think it was intentional. It's so interesting that you're the second person who said that. We finally meet another important character if you spot them, and there's some... It's Aberforth. Jeez, that took me a hot minute to work out. It's Aberforth, isn't it? And that's why he looks familiar. Gordon Bennett, guys. The penny finally drops for me, doesn't it? If you spot them, and there's some really suspicious-looking people in that pub. We finally maybe, yeah. In other news, have just been to an event where I met several Carry On stars, which was fun. Wow, I don't want to sound horrible, but I wonder, because aren't many of them around, obviously, still, like the original crew and everything. Patsy Rowland, is she still going? Maybe? I think she's probably still going. That's crazy! I'd love to know who, Simon. Either way, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. It's a nurse now. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Pardon me. Cutting it pretty close with my comment this month. Well, the video's late, so you don't worry about that. But things have have not been the best for me lately, mental health wise. I'm sorry to hear that, listeners thing. So it's taken me a while to get here. Hopefully all is well with you and that you had an excellent birthday. I appreciate that, listeners thing. I hope things get better for you soon. I only have a few things to say this time around. Snape for the elders who... Snaps for the elders who left in protest. What do you think of the grading system? What? I'm sorry. I only have a few things to say there. Snaps for the elders who left in protest. What do you think of the grade system for the OWLs? Very confusing and quite frankly not very positive. What do you think of Zachariah Smith? I hope we get more of him. Because right now I'm not really that against him, and I think you got to think about the fact that he doesn't know Harry, and he's seeing this whole thing from a very, very different standpoint. So I do want to know more about him. I really do. I really appreciate McGonagall in chapter 15. She takes no ish from anyone, and while the movie did an okay job with the meeting at the Hogs Head, I really appreciate the detail the books go into. Harry's speech to both Ron and Hermione, and then to the group was chef's kiss, and goodness knows who we all and goodness knows we all love Hermione, but for as brilliant as she is, she can be oblivious sometimes. Well, that's also fair. Absolutely, that's so true. A happy Halloween. Do you and Woozle do you and Woozle ever dress up? Not for Halloween, no. I mean, I've got a bunch of hats and stuff, which I sometimes wear this. And Woozle has a coat because it's nice and cold at the moment, and she's got a new collar. But we don't really dress up, no, I'm afraid not. It's a nurse thing. I hope you're doing well now. I hope you're doing a bit better, as this was a few days ago. And yeah, I hope you keep on getting better. Thank you so much for your comment. So that was... are we down to 8 now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yes. So do a couple more, then I'll have one more break, and then we'll push through to the end. But yes, this is getting late. It's getting to Woozle's WALK time. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. I missed the last book club. Q, I should say, book clubs, but I also feel like I don't have much to say in these chapters that others haven't already said. I love Harry's characterization here, flaws and virtues and all. The wizard world really needs to adopt the idea of therapy from muggles. Oh, yeah, it's so true. I wonder if it is that sort of thing. Maybe not. You'd think that Harry would be getting it if there was, so maybe there isn't. Jeez. The scene in the Hogs Head is also one of my favourites from this book. I love that minor characters and find out a little details about their lives. I've written about novel-length fan fiction just about Harry's year mates. Oh, that's awesome! I bet that was a fun project. In case you've wondered or indignant about Zachariah Smith being so unpleasant, yet also a Hufflepuff, my personal headcanon is the reason he is in Hufflepuff is because he specifically really values honesty. The idea that either the government or newspaper or the school administration is lying to everyone is super unsettling to him. Yeah, I pick up on that as well, yeah. He's still... as Ron said, a wart, but it would make the Hufflepuff placement make sense. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it'd be ridiculous if it's your entire personality that was represented by Hufflepuff, and so it can just be one small part. And I think that is you make a very good example there. My main question though, what on earth was Dean doing to that mouse? Yeah, you know what? I have a feeling we're never gonna know unless it's gonna be in the show, of course, maybe. Thank you so much, Q. Thank you so much for your comment. Catty! Hi, Veggie. Harry may be petty, but I feel he's less petty than I would have been. I would have gone to the infirmary asking for something to stop the bleeding and casually mention that I know it's it's a punishment, but I don't want to leave a mess everywhere. Yeah, that would be subtle, but that would also, in Harry's head, that would be showing that Umbridge is getting to him now, which is the way he plays things, isn't it? But go for the win with her inspection. Are you looking forward to future interactions between her and Umbridge? Oh, absolutely, I am. Absolutely. I don't even know if the Trelawney scene is going to happen because presumably Trelawney's already been told the results of the examination. Also, movie Hermione breaking the rules feels so exciting versus book Hermione. I double triple check, and we're not breaking the rules. That's actually very true. Yeah, I like that line in the movie because it really shows a change in Hermione, but from who she was originally. But yeah, it's not. The thing is, that scene isn't or at least it hasn't been yet in the book. On the bridge that I have been on, but yeah, I don't mind that movie line. But yeah, she's always very different in the movie and the book, which I do appreciate. But Hermione's fantastic. Catty, thank you so much for your comment. Bram, hi Veggie. Oh, Yes. Hi there, Veggie. First time commenting on the book club. Bram, you're very welcome. Glad to finally be here. I've been listening from the start on YouTube. First of all, I want to say your reading has gotten much better. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Bram. I think you're probably right. I think this has been a heck of a project to do it on. But yeah, I that's very kind of you to say. Thank you. I had a small hiatus from listening over the past few months, but I've now finally caught up. Unfortunately, too late to comment on Percy and Padfoot. Bram, if you've got something to say on it, then say it. I appreciate it, because you're new here. If you want to put it in next time, please go ahead. I have to say, I felt a bit frustrated frustrated that after waiting so long for your reaction to this, you still seem to a little stuck on some of your views. Oh, really? Okay. Yes, it's certainly sad for Percy, but that just doesn't make up for how he betrayed everyone around him. Okay, I won't go further into it now. It was a few chapters ago, after all. Yeah, no, the thing is, bro, yeah, I appreciate what you're saying there. I'll always try to see it from a logical standpoint with Percy, and I do feel like some people do the opposite from me, whereas I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt at times where I probably shouldn't. People are automatically not even thinking about the fact that Percy would have been absolutely heartbroken by what Arthur said to him. I think that a lot of people would have read that chapter and thought that he wouldn't have cared what Arthur said to him. My interpretation would have been, it would have been absolutely devastating. From what we know about Percy, that would have been absolutely devastating. So my bias is definitely there, as is everyone else's. You know, everyone has bias when it comes to all different things. And so, yeah, I apologise if it can be frustrating sometimes with some of my takes, but it's how I see it though. I absolutely love what you do. What you have going is totally unique. I thank you very much. I think you might be the only one in the world who's doing this in this format and going into this much detail. Your kindness and patience is very heartwarming. Bram, thank you so much. It's very kind of you. My goodness. I guess it probably is unique. I mean, I know there are other, like, you know, channels which do like podcasts and everything about Harry Potter and everything, but we essentially go line by line, don't we, here? And when I started this, I never thought it would be successful, and it's been well beyond any expectations I could have ever had for it. And so I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. See you next time for a shorter one. Sorry, Veggie. No, Bram. You know what, Bram? This is fine. I think you got the format down pretty perfect there. I really appreciate your honesty there. Do leave me your thoughts on Percy and Padfoot, guys, Bram, because you're new here. If it'd been someone who's been, like, you know, here for like years, who's then bringing up stuff from previous comments, I then do have to call that out. But you're brand new here, Bram, so please do leave your thoughts on it, and we'll cover it next time along with your other comments. Thank you so much for your lovely comment. Nice to see you. Hope to see you next time, and let's move on to Kevin. Hey Veggie, we finally made it to meeting at the Hogs Head and the formation of Dumbledore's army. All the way back in Prisoner of Azkaban, I mentioned that there was a moment in the book that caused a plot hole later. Here it is. So now I can finally talk about what it is. Okay, looking forward to this. During his first event, Dumbledore's army. Okay. During the first Dumbledore's army meeting, several of the other students are surprised when they hear that Harry can produce a fully corporeal Patronus. However, if you can remember, during the match against Ravenclaw in Book 3, when Draco, Crabbe and Goyle and Flint, Flint as well, dressed up and pretended to be Dementors, Harry cast the full Patronus on them. Was it the full Patronus then? Because I didn't think it was. That's very interesting, Kevin. And, you know, the vast majority of people would have been there to see that. Wow. So, it's a plot hole that many students would be surprised he could do this, considering if he did it's during a Quidditch match. Most of the school would have been there to see him do it. Well, there could have been young. No, there won't be younger people trying. No, there might be younger people's. Because obviously we've got Colin and Dennis there. But they would have been there, though. That's very interesting, Kevin. I didn't think it was a full Patronus, but I presume that you're checked. So that does seem like an odd thing that they didn't know about it. But then again, I would have thought they'd just been hit through hearsay. But then Molly has at least shut down the Weasley children. Thank you, Kevin. Great comment. I did finish it, didn't I? Yes, thank you so much. Liz, hi Veggie and Woozle. Looking forward to your thought. Chapter 15. Did you see that what the Daily Prophet did there with Marchbanks? She's on Dumbledore's side, but they are trying to discredit her by doing the article about her being involved with goblin groups. Lies. I'm curious what potential, the alleged, of course. I'm curious what grades you think the trio will get in that OWLs. I think that Hermione will get an O. And I think that Harry and Ron will at least improve on their. I think that they will pass their Ls. Yeah, I feel like they'll get low passes. I think with Harry and Ron. No way is Umbridge going to inspect Ben's lesson. Well, no, quite. There's probably no point, is there? First, his lesson is more boring than hers. Oh, I don't know. It probably isn't, actually. I'd much rather go to Ben's. But then again, I'm not a Wizarding World guy. He also teaches what will be on the exam. And he's a ghost. So what's she going to be able to do to him? Haha. Well, I guess she could still get him fired. Potentially. I love when she's inspecting Professor McGonagall's lesson. She's not a teacher to be trifled with, and she can't be bullied. Harry's progression from nowhere to okay, I'll do it with Hermione idea about him teaching Defense Against Dark Arts makes me laugh when he starts imagining lesson plans. Yeah, quite. Jeez. Chapter 16. Zacharias Smith gets on my nerves. Harry isn't going to describe how Cedric died, for goodness sake. I feel for Harry in this scene. It's nice how some students are impressed with how much magic Harry can do, some of which are above owl level. I wonder what instrument Fred and George have that they threatened Zacharias with. I actually don't imagine that. I try not to. OMG, I love Luna, as do I. I love Ron's reaction to Ginny dating. He's very protective of her, a lot like my partner with his sister. Oh, bless. The last sentence of the chapter always makes me laugh. He's so love-struck, yes, about Hogsmeade never looking so nice. So beautiful. Best wishes to you and Wizzle. Thank you so much, Liz. That's very, very kind of you. Great comment, as always. We are down to 1, 2, 3. Dobby! It was Dobby next, right? It was. Yes. Hi, Veggie. I've just started a new study program. Mechatronics? So just like Harry, I'm very busy. Luckily, I have a bunch... I have much better time than Harry is at this point. Well, quite, yes. But I have, unfortunately, didn't have time to really read the chapters. I do have a new Dutch fan... new Dutch fun fact, though. Oh, excellent. Okay. OWL grades are, in Dutch, I presume, U for Utemund excellent, B for Boven Vervichin, exceeds expectation, A for acceptable. I think I could guess that one. S for I need to enunciate this one carefully. Oh, no, no, I thought there was a H in it. Sledge. Or I get sledge. I presume the T is silent for bad. D for deep training. Deeply sad, God bless. And Z for Zwakzing. Feeble-minded. That is very similar to a cat word from Red Dwarf. That last one was feeble-minded, my goodness. The OWL is translated to SLIJMBAL, which is short for Schnif. I don't know how to pronounce this, I'm sorry. This translates back to written communication due to diligence, magical cooperation, and general learning ability. Quite a mouthful. It really is. My goodness. Being a Schlimbal also means sucking up to people. As people are shown off when they getting the grades. Oh, I see. That's nice. See you next time. Dobby, that is very fascinating. Even without reading the comments, you left us something to discuss there. That's excellent. Thank you so much. I couldn't pronounce that. That would take me another half an hour, but I appreciate it, Dobby. It's fascinating. Fascinating how different it is. In the Dutch version. Bennett. Hi Veggie, I'm glad that I made it. I was very busy this month and I got married. No way, congratulations, but it's my goodness. I love the current state of the books, where so much has been established, as in locations, so many different characters, the interactions between them, also spells and enchantments of things and buildings. Yes, we get lots of details here, don't we? I think one of the charms of the book, I see. I thought you meant magical charms, but charms of the book is that the wizard world has been established. E.g., it is as normal as for the reader to learn news from the Daily Prophet as it is for the trio. That's very, very true. Or Fred and George just being there talking about lessons. We've been introduced to a wonderful world of magic throughout the first 4 books, and now the plot with everything established for the previous books can unfold. That's actually a really great way of putting it, because obviously we heard about the Daily Prophet basically just after Hagrid picked up Harry. So yeah, that's so true. 1,000 times more dramatic and more powerful because of them. There is obviously so much more to learn, but it really feels as if we fully arrived in the story, and everything that happens is happening around us, and the rules that have been established give a really good frame. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's all like we've acclimatized to the world, and now we can start the real story. Yeah, I really like that. I'm trying my best to explain this feeling in words. Sorry if it's confusing. No, you know what, Bennett? I can't really explain it back, but I know exactly what you mean. It's sort of like, it's like we're learning how to use a video game and then having like an updated version where it has now the story. You know everything that's going on. You understand how it all works and everything, and now you're able to process the actual story so much faster. I love that. Edit. My icon is not. Sorry, my icon is a little hog from the game Sea of Thieves, as you asked last time. Oh, there you go, then. God bless. Yeah, I think I said there's a Pokemon, didn't I? All the best. Loving everything. Bennett, congratulations on your marriage. That's amazing. Seriously, and thank you so much for taking time to leave a comment as well. But I know exactly what you mean. It's just very hard to describe back. But I'm pretty sure I get exactly what you mean. And Gary, I think, is rounding us out. I better do the refresh just in case. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Gary is rounding us out with, "Hi, Veggie. I missed the last few. Gutted I didn't get to talk about Mrs. Figs and the Squibs. another time perhaps. Oh, wow, yeah, that's going back a while, Gary. Has it really been that long? I hope you're doing well. How cool is Jenny? She's very cool. I'm looking forward to more Jenny. I really am, guys, because it hasn't been overhyped, but she's definitely been hyped by you guys, and so I'm looking forward to more of her. Zachariah Smith kind of brings down the good Hufflepuff name, and I'm hoping we get more of him, to be honest. Then again, I can't talk. I'm Slytherin, well, quite. I hope we do get more of him, and he isn't just the annoying character, you know, but we shall see. I like Ernie. He's pompous but principled. That is a great way of putting it. I definitely like Ernie, and I don't even really... I see what people mean by calling him pompous, but I personally wouldn't call him pompous, but I do understand it, though. Why doesn't Harry know Susan Bones when they're in the same year? Yeah, obviously she was mentioned, like, you know, right back at the first sorting house ceremony. In fact, was she first? No, she wasn't first. She was obviously one of the first, though. I've definitely written that name down several times as well. I guess the houses are more stringent than I thought. They did definitely have herbology with the Hufflepuffs in year 2. Is there ever enough time for the teachers to teach every house in every year individually? Well, yeah, apparently not. Because potions are still with Slytherin, isn't it? Yeah. That doesn't make much scheduling sense, if you ask me. The whole thing, again, this is the whole thing with Dumbledore. There are issues with Dumbledore and the school. That is definite. But yes, I'm glad you managed to get your comment in, Gary. And you know what, Gary? Because you haven't been able to comment, if you do want to keep something, if you keep it short and like mention what you want to say about Mrs. Fig and Squibs in general, then feel like, I mean, we talked about Squibs so many times in these videos anyway. So if you want to, your opportunity is there next time. Guys, I'm going to do a quick refresh. Yes, we are finished, guys. It's going to look all skewy for this last little bit, but that's fine. I can just make it disappear. Okay. Guys, this has been another excellent one. We managed to get through 2 chapters in good time there. I'm actually surprised, but like I say, we're kind of like two set pieces, and so I feel like that's why we were able to get through it so fast. Whereas the previous chapter had so much going on, it had to be a single chapter. But next time should be the same, guys. It should be back to being 2-parters again next time. And yes, thank you so much for watching, guys. So sorry to Jonas about the side panels. But yes, I will endeavour to get better at checking these things when I need to. Please subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm VEGGIEKNIGHTS, and I'll see you next time. Utibov, Piscapoo, and Tessa Rosso. And the other one.